All right, welcome, welcome, welcome. Weekly Scamware 101 live stream. We'll start in a couple minutes here. Lots of exciting scam-related topics to discuss and go over. Lots of warnings out. Lots of examples to share. Got some good IRS scam awareness info for you. Make sure we got both streams running here. We got a vertical stream and the widescreen stream running. All right, cool. We give everybody a couple minutes to join. We'll start at 5:50. We'll start going over to recent scam headlines and see what's trending out there, what scams to watch out for, what warnings are out there. Say hi in the chat room. Click that like button. Let us know you're here. If it's your first time joining one of our streams, tell us in the chat how you found us. We do this stream every week. And our goal is to spread awareness of scams. This way you could protect yourself and your loved ones. So you got a couple people in the vertical stream, a couple people in the widescreen stream. Very good. We get started in 4 minutes at 5:50. We'll get started with the headlines. In the meantime, click that like button. Hey, Drum Roblox, welcome, welcome. Yes, I am very real. We do this live stream every week. First time joining? We're going to get started in about 3.5 minutes. In the meantime, click that heart, click the like button, give us a thumbs up. Got lots of good scam-related topics to go over and make you aware of so you can protect yourself and your loved ones. Get started in 3 minutes here. 3 minutes. It's cool seeing some new faces, though. Seeing some new faces. Say hi in the chat. Let us know how you found us. If your first time attending one of the live streams here, we're going to get started in about 3 minutes. We're going to start going over we're going to start by going over the recent scam headlines, seeing which scams are trending, so you can be aware of what scams to watch out for. Hello, hello. See some more people in the chat. Excellent. Say hi. Say hi. Let us know how you found us. Stay tuned. In about 2.5 minutes, we're going to kick this off. Lots of good scam awareness info for you. Lots of good info for you. Because now with all these scams out there, really the best defense is awareness. You don't want to become a victim. But we jam-pack our live stream with tons of examples. We're going to go over some real-life examples of text messages and scam emails. We got recordings of scam phone calls to play for you. So if you don't already, take a minute, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We release videos on scam awareness too. Not just the live stream, but we also release videos. We'll get started in 2 minutes. 2 minutes we'll get started here. Click that heart, say like, and let us know in the chat if you've ever been scammed before, or let us know what type of scams you're encountering. What shady text messages are you getting? What phone calls are you getting? You know, we want to hear the people's experience. Hey, John. Welcome, welcome. Cannot read Arabic, but if you understand what I'm saying, welcome to the chat, to the person who just typed in there. Welcome to our live stream. Just start in 2 minutes here. Make sure to fill up your Scamaware 101 coffee cup and coffee mug with a fresh cup of coffee. Get started. I'm prepared over here. We usually go for at least 3 hours. Sometimes we can go for 5 hours. So even if you got to take a break and check in later, you're more than welcome to. We should be going for the next few hours. Lots of good stuff. 1 more minute. We're going to kick this off 1 more minute. First time here, say hi in the chat. Click the heart. Click the like. You can also join our email list too. We'll send out reminders when we do these live streams, and we'll also send you some scam awareness tips. So make sure to join our mailing list. You go to scamaware101.com and click join mailing list. Get started in a minute here. See a lot of new people. Very cool. Hi, Furkan. On the live streams, I guess I am. I'm more of a presenter. But yeah, I mean, the whole point of these live streams are we're trying to spread awareness of these scams. Show some examples, teach people what to be aware of, so they can protect themselves and their loved ones. Because all these scams, this is the issue. Billions and billions of dollars, maybe even trillions, are getting lost every year to scams. All right, cool. 5:50. So we're gonna get started here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I see a lot of new people here. Thank you for checking out our live stream. We do this every week, every Thursday at 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. We do this scam awareness live stream. And it's run by me, Jared, with ScamAware 101. We have our website, scamaware101.com, and our goal is to create a knowledge base of scams, provide a bunch of tools and resources to people so they can defend themselves against scams, and share overall awareness of scams by creating videos and sharing content. So we do this live stream once a week too, and we also release videos on our YouTube channel. So if you haven't yet, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you'll get notified when we upload new videos and when we're having new events. And we're going to get this kicked off right now. How we usually start off these live streams is we check out the most recent scam headlines, all these headlines from the past week. And it helps us identify any trends that are going around, any scam warnings that are going around, and helps us stay up to date with what's going on in the scam world. So, in the meantime, feel free to say hi in the chat. Let us know how you found us. And let's get started here. So we'll start with our first headline. And by the way, I'm using an ad blocker now. So we'll see how well this ad blocker works when we view these headlines. Usually I'm getting all sorts of ads and pop-ups when we do this. All right, so our first headline is from the Attorney General. February 25th, so this came out 2 days ago. Attorney General warns Pennsylvanians of rise in scams involving Bitcoin ATMs. Yep, good old Bitcoin ATMs. We talk about this one every week, and we're going to talk about this when we go over the scammer red flags a little later. But let's read what the warning says. Attorney General Dave Sunday has issued an alert that scammers are now using Bitcoin ATMs as a means to gain access to your money. Scammers will target consumers with urgent messaging such as protect your money or take care of criminal charges during their scam. Unsuspecting consumers may also be persuaded to act because scammers have personal information, such as knowledge of their bank or financial institution. And that's a lot of information to take in there. We can break down all that information and talk about it for a while, which we will do over the course of this live stream. But let's continue a little bit more with this warning here. After coercing a consumer into making large cash withdrawals, the cybercriminals tell the consumer to deposit funds into a Bitcoin ATM. Following that deposit, the cybercriminals ask the consumer to scan or send a QR code which gives the criminal access to the funds. In most cases, it makes it impossible to get the money back. All right, and that's why scammers love getting paid in Bitcoin and prepaid gift cards, because it's very hard to retrieve those funds once they're sent. So Bitcoin ATMs are a big red flag. If you're ever dealing with a stranger over the phone and it gets to the point where they're asking you to deposit money into a Bitcoin ATM, stop and think what you're doing, because that's a red flag. You're probably dealing with a scammer. Many of these financial scams start with a telephone call, text message, email, social media message, or alert on your computer. Scammers will try to alarm, scare, and persuade you to take sudden action before you are able to stop and realize you're being scammed. Then his office offers some advice to protect yourself from these elaborate deceptions. Let's see what they say. Never click on links or respond directly to unexpected calls, text messages, emails, or computer pop-ups. Very true. If you think the message could be legitimate, you should contact the company or agency directly. Never call the number provided in the message. Go directly to the agency or company website to find contact information. It's very true. You can't trust phone numbers and links that were unsolicited and come from somebody you don't know, whether it's a link that's provided in a text message, a link that's provided in an email, and a phone number as well. A lot of times these scammers will send you emails that look legit, and they'll say, call this number. And you'll think that you're calling Apple or Amazon, for example, but you're actually calling a scammer, because the phone number they provided calls these call centers with scammers. You know. Next step is slow down. Scammers want to rush you, so stop and check it out. Before you make any moves, talk with someone you trust. Real law enforcement and real bank personnel will never rush you. If a scammer insists you remain on the phone or instructs you to mislead the bank or financial institution, it's a scam. Very true. Very true. And we actually covered that one in our red flags as well. So far, good tips from the Attorney General here. Never withdraw cash in response to an unexpected call or message. Only scammers will request that you pay vast amounts of money in cash. Never send money through Bitcoin ATM. True. Real businesses and government agencies would never ask for payment in Bitcoin, gift cards, or through wiring money. Anyone who asks for funds this way is likely a scammer. Yep, red flag, red flag. They're repeating a couple of them, but they're worth repeating. Urge your bank to put more protections in place to prevent these scammers. Well, bank employees often know how to spot a scam because people rarely withdraw large sums of cash. The bank has the right to refuse withdrawal if they suspect you may be a victim of fraud. If your bank asks you questions about a transaction, they are trying to keep your money and information safe. Yeah, so it's a pretty good warning from the Attorney General here, warning us about Bitcoin ATMs. And that's very, very true. So if you're interacting with someone and it involves money and they're telling you to go deposit in a Bitcoin ATM, big red flag. Big red flag. How's everybody doing out there? Say hi in the chat if you're just joining us. We're just getting started with our weekly live stream. Just went over our first headline. Gotta go over another one. See, here's an article from the Florida Bar Association. Beware of scam emails targeting lawyers. Okay. Scammers are still on the prowl, and this time they almost caught a Miami lawyer in their trap. The attorney who specializes in real estate is also a title agent, and he recently contacted the bar to report the convincing email. The email appeared to come from Manatee County government, offering a legal consultation opportunity, but a closer look revealed the email was part of a sophisticated scam designed to install harmful software. While the email seemed professional at first, the lawyer later discovered subtle red flags, including an odd email address and a small grammatical mistake, after responding and downloading a zip file containing what the scammer claimed was a vendor registration form. The lawyer's security software, Microsoft Defender, flagged the file as a virus. The scammer's email contained a small but telling grammatical error in the opening line and an unusual email address, which was someone's name at mymanatee.org. But the word manatee was spelt wrong. It was spelled with two N's. Aha. So mymanatee.org is probably a legit organization. And what these scammers do, they do this for a lot of industries to trick people. They'll register a website name, a domain name, and they'll misspell it. They'll add an extra letter or leave a letter off. And they'll use that to trick people with emails. Because people won't notice the misspelling. They'll take a quick glimpse at the email address and it'll look legit to them and they'll fall for it. So luckily this lawyer, he started falling for it, but his antivirus caught the virus. The lawyer is sharing her experience to warn other legal professionals to stay vigilant. Scammers continue to target the legal community, and lawyers should be cautious of unsolicited emails, especially with attachments or links. And that's very true. You should never open attachments or click on any links from someone you don't know and on emails you weren't expecting. Definitely confirm with someone that they sent you a file. If you could avoid clicking a link, always avoid clicking it. All right, welcome to our live stream. We do this weekly. See some new people here. Say hi in the chat. Let us know you found us. Let's go over our next headline. Chicago woman lost nearly $5,000 in tap-to-pay scam, but bank wouldn't help her for months. See, I got my ad blocker running, so this website popped up saying, it looks like you got an ad blocker running. Yep, good, I do. A woman has been fighting with her bank for months to get her money back after she fell victim to a scam, and she finally got her money back on Friday. The tap-to-pay scams, yeah, and we actually heard about this in the headline a couple weeks ago too, these tap-to-pay scams. They target good-intentioned people who agree to donate a small amount of money by tapping their credit or debit card to a cell phone, only to be charged thousands. Soon after, Monica Weisk realized she was the victim of such a scam in November. She contacted the bank to dispute the charges and filed a police report. She did everything right and still couldn't get her own money back until Friday. Hardworking people who work hard for their money should feel like the bank is going to protect them and have their back. I didn't feel that, she said. So what happened to her, she was leaving Whole Foods one day, and two men approached, and they asked for a donation and shared a story that pulled on her heartstrings. She believed them at the time. They seemed genuine. She offered them $10 in cash, but they said they don't take cash. And they asked her to donate by tapping her card on the cell phone. So she did, and they were supposed to charge her $10, but instead they charged her nearly $5,000. So they charged her with two $2,400 transactions, seconds apart. Yes, this is becoming a thing. People are in parking lots impersonating charities or asking for donations. And what happens is they'll say that you're donating $10, but they'll enter a different amount in. And then when you tap, you're actually paying that incorrect amount, that higher amount. She had to fight for 3 months to get her money back, it says. So that's the thing also with these banks. A lot of people don't realize it. They think their money's safe and insured by the bank. But in cases like this, when they trick you into transferring money, or they trick you into paying for something, a lot of times the bank tries to weasel out of not returning your money. In this case, it looks like she used a debit card because she's saying the bank won't return her money. If it had been a credit card, she at least could have disputed it with the credit card company. Credit cards are a little bit safer, but debit cards are a little bit more rough. Yeah, that's a good example, John. Like people asking to use other people's cell phones, but then they open up Zelle and they send money to themselves real quick. Yeah. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. So watch out. You know, if somebody's asking you to donate in a parking lot and asking you to tap your card, make sure you see exactly what's being entered if you're going to do it that way. Cool. So that's that headline. If you're just joining us, welcome to Scamware 101 live stream. We do this every week on Thursday, trying to spread awareness about scams. Right now we're checking out the latest headlines. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Tell us how you found us. Share your experience. If you've ever been scammed, know somebody that's been scammed, click that heart, click the like button. The more likes we get, the more subscribers we get, the more our content will be shared with more people. The algorithm likes our content more if we get more likes. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let's check out our next headline here. Don't fall victim to this 2025 stimulus check scam. I think I know which one this is. Yep, we're actually going to talk about this one later, too. I have an example of this one to share with you. Hey, Katie. Welcome back. It's one of our regulars. So this article is about an IRS scam that's going around, and we are going to talk about it later. I have some examples to share with you, but this is about a text message that people are receiving that impersonates the IRS, and it says you're eligible for a $1,400 stimulus check. The text message then includes a link to click that tries to steal your personal information or install malware on your device. And that one's going around a lot right now. It's tax season, so these types of scams always pick up during tax season. IRS impersonation scams, fake debt collection service scams, or debt forgiveness scams, I mean. So let's see what this article says. A recent scam alert from the Better Business Bureau warns Americans that IRS imposters targeting consumers with false promises of a 2025 stimulus check. The scam text message claims you're eligible for $1,400 economic impact payment and directs you to a purported IRS webpage. This is a phishing scam designed to steal your personal and potentially infect your devices with malware. And even though this is a newer version of it, where it's a text message, the IRS has been warning us for years about these scams. In 2023, they warned us about an email version of this scam, where it claimed that there was an economic stimulus check, and the email asks you to click a link, and that steals your information. So just because this warning is about a text message version of this scam, be on the lookout for email versions as well. And phone calls. A lot of these scammers, they'll call and they'll impersonate the IRS. So we have a text message, a screenshot of this actual text message to show you later on. And we also have a phone call to play you of another scam service. So definitely stick around. We've got all that good stuff to get to. Let's see what else they're saying about this scam. Why the stimulus check scam is so convincing. The sophistication lies in the ability to mimic recent government communications. In late December 2024, the IRS announced it was sending out stimulus checks to cover those who hadn't claimed the rebate in 2021. That makes the scammer's promise of a $1,400 check partially enticing. Yep. Scammers also exploit behavioral economic biases. The idea of receiving free money taps into our natural aversion to missing out, and the default assumption that any message appearing to be from the government is legitimate. Yep. Some steps to avoid this scam. Let's see what kind of tips they give us here. Verify before you click. Always remember that genuine IRS communications are sent via postal mail, not through text messages, emails, or social media. That's very true. The IRS is always going to try to reach you by regular postal mail first, and they're going to try to reach you many times by postal mail before they really start hunting for you. Remember, the IRS does not contact taxpayers via text, email, or social media, and they will never request information this way. Don't click the link. Be wary of urgency. Scammers often try to create a sense of urgency to force you to act without thinking. We're going to hear that a lot. That's a common tactic that they use. If the message demands immediate action, such as claiming your check or making a payment, be skeptical. Report suspicious activity. Yeah. The upshot of the stimulus check scam. While the promise of a stimulus check in 2025 is undeniably enticing, don't let the allure of a quick financial windfall cloud your judgment. The scam claiming a $1,400 stimulus check is a phishing scam designed to harvest your data. The IRS will not contact you through unsolicited digital messages. Any genuine communication will come through official channels like the postal mail or verified online tools. And this is key right here, what they say at the end. Stay vigilant, as it is likely that scammers will continue to capitalize on current events, such as Doge dividend checks. Right? So that's coming. We're going to start getting texts saying, you're eligible for a Doge refund. Click this link. It's coming. We're going to make sure to leave this live stream recorded and up there, because when it comes, I'm going to be able to go back and say, see? But yeah, so watch out for that IRS scam. It's tax season, so we're going to be seeing a lot of those, especially that one that says $1,400 stimulus check. It's fake. It's circulating. A lot of people are getting them, and watch out for that. Don't trust it. It's a scam. All right. Take a look at our next headline here. So this is starting to become more common. And I think it was last week we saw another headline about someone that was scammed into this. So what these scammers are doing, they're asking people to withdraw money and buy gold, or to transfer money to a gold dealer, where the scammer then picks up the gold. So they're starting to use gold as a way to accept payment and become untraceable. Let's see what this article says. Gold grifters. Inside the growing scam using couriers to pick up gold bars from victim. Victims of gold bar scams report losing $126 million in 2024. Yeah, so gold bar scams are starting to become a thing. It's a way for them to launder, for these scammers to launder and get money. And they'll send couriers to pick up these gold bars apparently. So far in the past 2 weeks, we've heard of cases where they have couriers pick up the gold bars, and we've also heard of cases where they have the victim send money to a gold dealer, and then the scammer picks up the gold bars from the dealer. So it looks like this is becoming more common. So let's see what this person's story says. Chris Owen, and this is a victim too. Chris Owen, a 79-year-old Vietnam veteran, had planned to spend his golden years in Indiana with his wife Karen. They wanted to spend more time with his son and travel the world together, but she was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2019, and COVID-19 pandemic hit soon after. All of our plans for travel and everything kind of went out the window, Owen told him. 2 years later, Owen's wife passed away. Probably one of the reasons I was so susceptible to what happened to me, he said. Yeah, so a lot of times these poor victims, they're the most vulnerable, or they're hit rough times, and the scammers just jump in and take complete advantage of them. So here's a good guy, a veteran, just recently lost his wife, and then a scammer swoops in. So let's hear his story. Owen received a pop-up message on his computer in 2023 saying that his personal information was compromised and was told to call a phone number. It's a tech support scam. We're going to be going over that one in a little bit. When he did, an individual posing as a federal agent said they would safeguard his money and instructed him to convert some of his savings into gold bars. Owen told ABC News after weeks of communications and after receiving what he thought was a letter from the FBI, Owen purchased $80,000 worth of gold bars. Wow. So this scammer even provided a letter claiming to be from the FBI. They told me to wrap it in a box with Christmas wrap paper, Owen said. He then took his gold to a grocery store parking lot near his house, expecting to hand it over to a federal agent so the gold could be kept in a secure location. A car soon pulled up next to Owen, and he placed the gold in the back seat before the driver took off. He never saw the money again. Owen soon realized he was the victim of a scam. He is far from alone. As the value of gold surges, grifters have turned their sights to securing more of the precious metal in a growing scheme that defrauded Americans of $126 million in 2024, according to the FBI. As victims continue to stumble upon the ruse and lose anywhere from thousands to millions of dollars each, the scheme has seemingly stunned authorities. I've never seen a scam to this magnitude, as intricate and as detailed as this, that can target so many individuals across the entire United States, Sean Petty, a detective for the Montgomery County Police Department, said. He's investigated multiple gold bar scam cases in Maryland. The scam involving gold bars comes as the value of precious metals is worth more now than ever. But as the price of gold surges, scammers have taken notice. Everybody knows gold is worth something, says Chris Delzato, Section Chief of the Financial Crimes Unit for the FBI. But they did catch a courier. So let's see. So there's more to this guy's story, right? So he falls for the scam once. He gives him $80,000 worth of gold bars to this courier, who then takes off with it. So let's see. Catching a courier. Soon after, Owen handed over some of his life savings. Scammers posing as federal agents contact them again to request more money. It's very common with these scammers. They don't just stop with one scam. Once they get you, they keep on trying to get you. They came back and started again, Owen said, explaining that they said, now we need to put the rest of the money away in our secure vault with your other money. Owen, who was already suspicious, contacted law enforcement, so then we set up the sting operation, Owen said. The FBI and a local Indiana police department had Owen go undercover to try to catch an individual who was supposed to receive $50,000 from him. Owen, wearing a wire, met the individual at a parking lot and placed a box with fake cash in the individual's back seat. And I said, "You're my agent?" And he said, "Yes," Owen told ABC News. This time he spoke, and then he drove off just like before. But law enforcement followed the individual, who they later identified as Abdul Muhammad, and took him in for questioning. So that's good. They got that guy. He was charged by federal prosecutors with conspiracy to commit wire fraud and 2 counts of wire fraud. He then fled the country. So he thought we had him, but he then fled the country. So Muhammad, who later fled the country, was a courier, an individual recruited to pick up gold bars or cash from victims, right? Because it's true, they don't just use these couriers for gold bars, right? We've been hearing about them using these couriers for cash too. So, I mean, if they could pick up cash, they could pick up gold bars, they could pick up anything, right? So, be aware that scammers are using couriers now. The FBI says some couriers play a larger role in the criminal scheme, while others claim they are simply hired to pick up and drop off packages. Across the country, law enforcement officers and prosecutors are targeting couriers to try to put a stop to the criminal operation. An alleged courier speaks out. Let's see what this courier says. In an exclusive phone interview, ABC News spoke to a suspected courier from jail as he faces charges in 2 states for his alleged involvement in gold bar schemes. Yash Shah, 27, who was originally charged with multiple felonies in 2023 related to this scam, claims he does not know where the gold is going. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 5 years probation, but he was arrested again last November for his alleged involvement in a Maryland case. He is currently being held without bond in a New York detention facility. I'm not a criminal or anything like that, Shah told ABC News. I'm just a normal person. They were just saying if you want to make a little more money, you have to pick up the package and you have to drop it off over there. That's it. Shah claims he was hired by someone from India and was paid between $800 and $4,000 to pick up packages, some which contained gold bars. His attorney said Shah took between 5 and 10 trips traveling all over the Northeast as a courier. I want to be clear, Yash's culpability is definitely there, told ABC News. He understands what he did. Shah said he feels guilty for playing a role in the scam and wants to help law enforcement find the masterminds. There are going to be many lawyers because they are operating from India. These tech support pop-ups that initiate the whole scam emanate from a call center in India, Delzato said. So we have a lot of focus on India with a lot of those illegitimate call centers. Yeah, we're going to be talking about that a lot. There are literally call centers full of scammers waiting for you to call them. So you'll get these fake pop-ups with a phone number, and you'll call thinking you're talking to tech support or Microsoft, but a scammer picks up. They impersonate Microsoft, they impersonate tech support, and then they scam you and do what happened to this guy. Next thing you know, you're withdrawing your money and buying gold bars. Let's see what else this article says here. In the United States, as couriers are facing prison sentences, law enforcement officials are traveling to senior communities to raise awareness about scams. Yes, the key is awareness. We need to raise awareness. That's why we do this. Scam World 101. We need to raise awareness. One of the main things anybody who's in law enforcement could do against any scams, particularly those that target our seniors, is to advise and educate about what these scams are, said John McCarthy, the state's attorney for Montgomery County, Maryland. Delzato told ABC News that because scams are getting more sophisticated, people should be cautious with messages they receive on their computer. Not just their computer, text messages, phone calls. You can't trust them anything anymore. You have to verify everything. And caller ID is not a trustworthy source either. We haven't mentioned it yet, but we're going to mention it because that's important for people to realize. The caller ID, the scammers can control what it shows. So if it shows your bank's phone number, that doesn't mean it's your bank. That's a scammer impersonating the bank. So caller ID is not a valid way to verify who you're talking to. So anyway, that's a good article. I wonder if he ever got his original 80,000 in gold bars back. It didn't say. But at least they stopped the next 50,000. You know, one of the only good things about them using couriers is it does make it easier to catch them. You know, you just go along with the scam. You know they're going to reach out to try to get more money, right? So you just go along with it, and you can at least set up a sting and maybe catch some of these guys. Because we have seen some stories about that recently on the headlines. The couriers have been getting busted a little bit. And it's always on the second time around. They get greedy. They seem to always get away with it one time, but then they catch them the second time around. The interesting things about couriers, too, is, like this article said, sometimes they're in on it, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they just think they're working a part-time job, picking up and delivering things, being a real, legit courier, you know. But the scammer is scamming them, too. And in other times, they know what they're doing. Welcome to Scamware 101 live stream. Thank you for joining. If you're just joining us for the first time, we do this live stream every week. Right now we're going over the recent scam headlines from the past week, see what scams are trending, see what's going on out there, what we need to be aware of so we can protect ourselves, protect our loved ones. Click that heart, click that like button. If you're not subscribed yet to our YouTube channel, please click subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more likes we get, the more our content will be shared by the algorithm to new people. Right? So you could help us spread awareness simply by clicking the thumbs up and by subscribing to our YouTube channel. We're also on all your favorite social media platforms. So you can follow us on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. You can visit our website, livestreams.com. We have links to all our social media profiles there. And while you're there, join our email list. We won't spam you too much. We won't send you junk, I promise. We just send out reminders of when we're doing the live streams and other useful scam awareness tips. So join our email list if you're not joined already. And hit that subscribe button if you're not subscribed yet. But anyway, let's get back to these headlines. Oh, and say hi in the chat. Let us know you're here. Now, back to these headlines. You knew it was coming. Harris County Toll Road Authority fields thousands of calls about text message scams. The fraudulent text message asserts that the receiver must follow a link to pay outstanding fast-track tolls to avoid fines and maintain their driver's license. It's the unpaid toll scam. Every week, it gets more and more. It picks up more and more. It's crazy, this unpaid toll scam. There's been so many different versions of this scam since the end of last year is when this really started picking up. And it hasn't slowed down at all. In fact, there's been newer versions coming out. So this article is warning us about a text message that impersonates Fast Track, which is California's toll service. You know, like highway tolls. And it's also warning us about Texans getting Texas Tag or Easy Tag is apparently their service, it sounds like, or Toll Tag. It sounds like they got multiple services in Texas. Anybody from Texas with us in the chat? Usually we have a couple people from Texas. I'm not sure if they're here yet, but I'd love to hear if Texas Tag, Easy Tag, and Toll Tag are all three toll services in Texas. I'll be interested to find that out. But anyway, let's continue with this article. The Harris County Toll Road Authority said Friday had fielded nearly 2,000 phone calls about a nationwide text message scam asking drivers to pay outstanding toll road fees. Yeah, so what's interesting is now that this has been going on for months, we're actually starting to hear from the toll agencies about all the people calling up, confused over receiving these text messages. But this is probably the most active scam going around right now is these unpaid toll text messages. Everybody's getting them. So many people are reporting to me. I got a new version. A friend texted me a new version this week that I'm going to share with you a little later when we dive into this specific scam a little bit more. But I actually have a new version to share with you of this scam in a little bit. But let's see what else this article says. Tracy Jackson, spokesperson for the Harris County Toll Road Authority, said it's been posting alerts about the scam on social media channels since last year. Yep. In the last 4 months, that's exactly what I said. It started towards last year. So in the last 4 months, our customer service team has handled more than, 430,000 calls in the last 4 months, Jackson said. She said 2,000 were customers calling about the scam, and then others were people calling about it, asking for more information. The authority, she said, does not send text messages regarding billing. Anyone skeptical of text message should contact the authority's customer service desk. The scam text warnings of unpaid toll road fees have targeted drivers from coast to coast, according to a recent FTC alert. The scammy text might show a dollar amount for how much you supposedly owe and include a link that takes you to a page to enter your bank or credit card details. But it's a phishing scam. Right, so this text comes in, and we'll dive in a little bit more later when I show you all examples. But this text, you get a text message, it says that you owe an unpaid toll. Right, sometimes it'll say it's for Fast Track, sometimes it'll say it's for SunPass, sometimes it'll say it's for Easy Pass. They're impersonating pretty much every toll service out there. And then it will contain a link to supposedly pay that toll. But if you click that link, any information you enter will get stolen, or it will install malware on your PC or device. Yeah, so watch out for some unpaid toll scam. It's still spreading. There's still new versions going out there. We're going to go over it in more detail in a little bit. I have so many examples to show you from the past 4 months of this scam. Let's take a look at our next headline. If you haven't yet, click that like button, click that subscribe button. Help us spread awareness. Jury duty scam resurfaces in, I cannot say this word, Calcasieu. Yeah, I'm never going to try. Jury duty scam resurfaces, sheriff says. That works. Lake Charles. See, I can say Lake Charles. What is this other thing? Warning residents of a scam that has resurfaced in southwest Louisiana. Victims report getting a phone call stating they have missed jury duty or have other legal issues and owe fees. The scammer tells the victim to make a payment to void the warrant and avoid arrest. Yeah, so it sounds like it's your standard fake warrant scam or jury duty scam. The call may appear to be coming from the sheriff's office phone number, making victims believe it's legitimate. Right? So that's important right there. I'm going to read that line one more time. The call may appear to be coming from the sheriff's office phone number, making victims believe it's legitimate. So that's what we touched on a little bit before. You can't trust what the caller ID says because these scammers, especially the ones that they're impersonating the sheriff's office and they're impersonating banks, when they call, they will show the phone number under caller ID of the sheriff's office or of the bank. They're able to manipulate what phone number shows. And unfortunately, people that get these phone calls about arrest warrants or missing jury duty, they'll see the phone number on the caller ID matches the sheriff's office or whoever they're impersonating, and they'll think, okay, this must be legitimate. But that's a mistake because they don't realize that the scammer can manipulate the phone number. And unfortunately, because of that, a lot of these victims, that's what caused them to fall for this. They didn't realize that. If they had just realized that, it could have prevented everything. Right? So that's a key piece of information that we need to make sure that people know. So make sure that your loved ones and friends are aware of that. You can't trust the caller ID. It's not a legit way to verify who you're talking to, and scammers are taking advantage of that. There's even been some cases where the scammer will be trying to convince someone over the phone that they're legit, and they'll even tell them, compare the phone number in the caller ID to the phone number on the back of your bank card. And they'll say, see, I'm your bank. But that's not legit because they know that they manipulated the phone number. So watch out for that. But anyway, back to this article. This is your typical fake warrant scam, jury duty scam. The scammer calls up the victim, impersonates the sheriff's office, and they claim that there's a warrant out for your arrest, or they claim that you missed jury duty and there's going to be a warrant issued for your arrest. But if you pay immediately over the phone, they'll get rid of the warrant and you don't have to worry about anything. It's all a scam. It's all a lie. They're just trying to get you to give them money over the phone. And this is actually a pretty common scam, and it's starting to become more common. It's getting a lot of attention, a lot of warnings coming out of law enforcement agencies. They don't take kindly to being impersonated, so that might be why they're giving so many warnings and so much attention to this one. But this one is out there. It's extremely common. We actually did a video about this one. So you can check out the video on our YouTube channel about these fake arrest warrant scams. And one more detail about these fake arrest warrant scams. Scammers have been known to provide fake paperwork that looks legit. They used legit paperwork to generate, this fake paperwork. But they'll provide paperwork that makes it look like there's a warrant out or an order to issue a warrant. So you have to stay vigilant with these scammers. They will provide fake paperwork. They're able to manipulate the phone number that shows. So lots of tricks in play here to be aware of. If you get called by someone claiming there's an arrest warrant out or you missed jury duty, ask them what organization they're calling from, right? And then hang up the phone and then call the organization directly. Make sure you're calling the legit phone number. Go look up the real phone number, but call the organization directly if you're concerned that there might actually really be a warrant out for your arrest. But be aware, this is a very common scam that's going around right now. Lots of warnings coming out. A lot of warnings were coming out from Texas, but these scams are nationwide and even worldwide. A lot of times these scams we talk about are going on all over the world. So anyway, that's that headline about the fake arrest warrants and jury duty scams. If you just join us, say hi in the chat, click that like button. We got 2 live streams going right now. We got the wide the widescreen one going and the vertical one going. It looks like most of the people are in the vertical one right now, and that's where the chat seems to be happening. But it looks like we've got a couple viewers in the widescreen one too. So don't be shy. Say hi. Click that like button. I'm switching back and forth between both chats, just seeing what's going on in there. All right, let's take a look at our next headline here. Orangeburg sheriff cautions against scam using court documents. Okay, so we were just talking about how these scammers will use fake court documents and legal documents. Orangeburg County Sheriff released a statement Wednesday warning residents about a scam using U.S. District Court paperwork. They received 2 reports of county residents being targeted by this scam. In one incident, the victim told deputies they were contacted via phone from someone claiming to be an actual officer who was calling to inform them a relative of theirs had been arrested in Charleston. Ravenel said the scammer used an actual officer's name. The scammer then instructed the victim to pay a down payment of $2,000, later reduced to $950 for the relative's $20,000 bond via Cash App. So this is what's known as a grandparent scam, and we're going to talk about this one later as well. I actually have a recording of a scammer, trying to pull this one. So that's going to be, we're going to talk about this type of scam more in a little bit. But this one's warning about scammers calling and telling you a loved one's in jail, and they try to get money out of you for bond. There's a second warning here. So 2 types of scams are warning us about. In a second incident, the victim told deputies the scammer claimed she would be arrested due to order of the court if she did not pay $4,500, which she was instructed to pick up from a local retailer. All right, so that's the fake arrest warrant scam we were just talking about too. So we're getting a warning from a sheriff's office about that one. And that one involved paperwork that we were just mentioning. Yeah. Ravenel said both victims were sent texts of documents appearing to be official paperwork from district court in order to back up the scammer's claims. These are absolutely chilling, and that anyone who's familiar with the court system may easily fall for these, said Ravenel. Do not give money over the phone through Cash App or get a money order to transfer over the phone for any legal matter whatsoever, no matter how much paperwork they give you. Ravenel urged citizens to remember that bond can never be settled over the phone, but at the magistrate's office. He also said an arrest can never be dismissed over the phone either. All right, so all good things to be aware of. So this one warned us about 2 types of scams. One scam was the fake arrest warrant scam, claiming that you're going to be arrested and there's a warrant out. And the other scam was your classic grandparent scam, where they tell you a loved one has been arrested. Usually they've been in an accident they're responsible for and they've been arrested. And then they try to get you to pay them money for bond to get your loved one released. 2 very common scams to be aware of and mentioned often in the headlines. Every week we've been reading about these fake arrest warrant scams and grandparent scams too. So take a look at some more headlines. Click that like button, hit the heart, say hello in the chat, give us a thumbs up. If you don't subscribe yet, subscribe to our YouTube channel. The more subscribers we get, the more likes we get, the more likely YouTube will expose new people to our content. And that's our goal, to spread awareness of these scams. How are the chats looking? Looking a little quiet in the chats. But that's okay. We're going to keep on going. Our next headline. So we have another one about the fake unpaid toll text scam. Just to give you an idea how widespread it is, I included a couple articles about it. This one's in Kansas. All right, so officials with Kansas Turnpike Authority are warning about this one now. The latest round of texting scam has made its way again to Kansas and Missouri phones. This is the 3rd one since April. Thousands of people have been getting a text with a message that states, pay your Kansas tolls by February 21st to avoid excessive late fees and possible legal action on your bill. Pay your tolls promptly. Thank you for your cooperation and wish you happy holiday. And look, this exact message here is being received by people outside of Kansas too. They just insert the different state name. I know people in Florida, they get this exact same text message, except it says, please pay your Florida tolls. So this version of the text message is going out to multiple states. But in this example, now we got Kansas warning us about this scam. That's how widespread and common this scam is, this unpaid toll scam. It almost feels like these scammers that are doing this unpaid toll text messages, it almost feels like they're doing like A/B testing, right? You know how like marketers, they'll create one ad and they'll change wording and they'll do 2 ads at once. And it's called A/B testing to see which ad performs better, right? I feel like that's what the scammers are doing with all these different text messages, because there's so many different variations that there have been over the past couple months. That to me, it feels like they're doing A/B testing to see which ones are getting the best, fooling, the most people and generating the most, funds. Because it hasn't slowed down at all, and it seems like every other week there's a new version of this unpaid toll text message. But anyway, we're gonna dive into that scam a little bit more too, and I have so many examples of that one to share with you. But if you're gonna make anyone aware of, my loved ones aware of a specific scam that's spreading a lot right now, these unpaid toll ones are definitely it. They directed to a fake website, and it'll look like Kansas's official website. But they steal your personal financial information. So watch out for those unpaid text messages. I think got three more headlines to go. Yes, ad blocker is working pretty good. I put a link to it on our resources page too, so once I go over to resources, I'm going to let you know which ad blocker I've been using. But so far, it's been working pretty good on the headlines. Scam alert. New Milford police warns locals about scam targeting elders. Let's see what scam it is. New Milford police are investigating a surge in scams targeting elderly people in the community. One victim was emailed that their software license expired, which led to a hacker posing as a McAfee representative. The victim sent a significant amount of money to third-party vendors, according to police. Police says a second victim was contacted through an ad pop-up on his computer telling the person to contact Microsoft support. Yes, as a tech support scam. The second victim then was manipulated by a person posing as Wells Fargo and was told to hand a person a large amount of money. So there's a courier involved too. The third victim met someone online who posed as a contractor and pressured them into sending large amounts of money via Bitcoin and wiring, according to authorities. So this is warning us about 3 separate scams targeting the elderly, right? And the first one, actually, I was told not to use the word elderly. I'm gonna say seniors. So I was told seniors is more appropriate. That one's for Dorothy if she's still listening. Right. So the first one they warned us about is just your standard fake phishing email that comes in and it tells you that your McAfee's expired. I actually have a family friend whose father fell for this one recently. And this one seems to be very common, this email that says, per se it's McAfee, and it says that you have to renew your antivirus. Sometimes I'll have a link to click, other times I have a phone number to call. But if you do either one, you're going to end up getting your information stolen. The second one it warns us about are those fake virus pop-ups, the tech support scam. So we saw that in a couple other headlines too. And we're going to go over that one a little bit. I have lots of examples of that tech support scam to share with you once we start going over these specific scams. And the third one, it mentions the Bitcoin ATM, right? So whenever Bitcoin gets mentioned, that's a red flag to be aware of. So those are some warnings. They say it's targeting seniors. Really, it's targeting everybody. But unfortunately, those ones seem to get seniors the most, those scams. All right, let's take a look at our next headline here. Staten Island doctor falls victim to banking scam, says $43,000 withdrawn from secure. Oh, is this not going to let me look at it because of the ad blocker? Oh, this one's not letting me look at it. It doesn't like my ad blocker. Oh well. Well, guess what? We're not going to read this headline. All right. One more headline to go over here. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat room here. Click the heart, click the like. John's saying to try that headline again. Let's see. Hey, John, I think you and me are the only ones left here. I'm seeing one concurrent viewer, two concurrent viewers. Looks like we're losing all the viewers here. Hey, if you're still watching, say hi. Say hi and click the like button. Let us know you're here. Click that heart. Yeah, that one's not working. That's fine. We just skip that one. Finished my first mug of coffee. Now I got my second travel mug, Scamware 101 travel mug that you can buy on our YouTube channel store. See if it's still warm. It's been sitting here for an hour. This is a test. Still hot. There you go. Here's Scamware 101 travel mugs on our YouTube channel. All right, so our last headline here. This one's crazy. We've been following this for a couple weeks. It's about those Myanmar scam factories that are out there. So, a lot of people are aware that, there's call centers with scammers in them. But I think most people are under the impression, these are scammers that choose to be there. They've chosen this life of crime. And in a lot of cases it is. But in the case of what's going on over in Myanmar here, it's pretty wild. There's actually scam factories with people that have been forced to operate there. They're actually like trafficked victims that they traveled from their country to Myanmar thinking that they're getting a job, and they actually get kidnapped and forced into slavery, literally. It sounds like a lot of these scammers are being tortured and forced to do these scams. And we're not talking just a couple people. We're talking thousands and thousands of people, it appears. So we've kind of been following this past couple weeks because I guess the governments over there decided to finally do something about this, and they've started shutting down some of these places and getting these slaves for, because that's what they are. They're locked up and being forced to run these scams. And a lot of them are getting released now and freed because a lot of these places are getting shut down. But it's pretty wild. And it gives you an idea of what's going on with these scams. Like, this isn't just we're at war. We're really at war. Like, there's bad people behind these scams. Huge criminal organizations with lots of resources that are attacking our family, our friends, our loved ones. They have enslaved people attacking our friends and families and love. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes when it comes to these scams. It's not just somebody calling your phone trying to scam you. And it's good to see that it's getting some media attention finally. It's good to see that governments are paying attention to it and trying to do something about it. But we have a long way to go. And the organizations behind these scam groups, very well funded. You know, they're making a lot of money off these scams. Lots of resources. It's pretty wild. So that's what we're up against here. But let's see what this article says. It's a recent update about what's going on over at Myanmar. Beatings, torture, electric shocks. Freed scam compound workers allege horrific abuse. Right, so a lot of these workers, they're being lured by the promise of well-paying jobs in Southeast Asia. Thousands instead allegedly end up enslaved in jail-like compounds and forced to carry out online scams. It looks like this is happening over in areas of Asia and China. From what I could tell, the scam call centers in India seem to be voluntary, at least from what I've read. But these ones in Asia are pretty bad. The Chinese would shock me with electric probes almost daily. I endured this continually for 9 months, claims Saya, a 27-year-old woman who was one of hundreds of alleged trafficked victims who streamed across the Thai-Myanmar border this month. She was among 260 people, more than half of them Ethiopian, who were transferred across the border to Thailand this February by a rebel group. So rebel groups are kidnapping these people, and several among the group agreed to be interviewed on the condition they use only their first name. They were subject to frequent abuse and forced to scam people around the world. The massive repatriation comes amid growing pressure to crack down on transnational online fraud operations. From romance scams to gambling and bogus investments, known as scam centers, the industry has in recent years proliferated in lawless border areas, especially along the Thai-Myanmar border. Many are lured by the promise of well-paying jobs, but instead end up enslaved in secure compounds where they're forced to carry out online scams. The operations have become increasingly globalized, with victims from across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East and South America. Okay. Research by the U.S. Institute of Peace estimated these scams generate $63.9 billion a year in global revenue, the majority of which is generated in Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos. At least 120,000 people across Myanmar and another 100,000 people in Cambodia may be forced to work in the industry, the UN says. Wow. Right, that gives you an idea how big 120,000 people in Myanmar and 100,000 in Cambodia being forced to do these scams. Basically enslaved and trafficked and forced to do these scams. So this is what human trafficking has kind of evolved into. They're probably making so much money off these scams that they're trafficking people to run them. Punishing people like animals. So this 20-year-old man from Pakistan flew out to Bangkok to take up what he thought was an IT job. Instead, he says his phone and passport were confiscated and he was unwittingly trafficked across the border to a scam center in Myanmar. At first, he says he refused to cooperate. When I refused, I was tortured. And it's a little graphic, so I'm not going to read the graphic parts of this. But it's pretty wild what's going on out there. Later, they sold me to another compound for $10,000, saying I wasn't working well. They exchanged the money right in front of me, he says. So they're selling these people to other scam compounds, and like they're animals. It's wild. The Myanmar rebel group, Thai Army, what was this? Shazab was in the group that was handed over to Democratic Karen Benevolent Army, a Myanmar rebel group to the Thai Army. They confirmed the group had been working at a scam center, a village in Kayan, also known as Karen, state along the Thai-Myanmar border. Dozens in the group showed wounds. They said they were due to being repeatedly shocked with electric prods. Punishing people like animals, alleges another Pakistani national named Salman. Torturing without any reason. Among those released were nationals from more than a dozen countries. Right? So all these people that were recently released that were being held captive and forced to run these scams, they come from so many different countries. China, Brazil, Cambodia, Malaysia, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Indonesia, India, Laos, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, and Tanzania. This one guy's saying that they ordered him to torture his team members. Thailand has in recent weeks launched a crackdown on the industry, with authorities cutting the internet, electricity, and fuel to 5 areas where crime groups allegedly operate. Yeah, we were talking about that a couple of weeks ago, how they have entire areas and cities that are basically run off these scams. They actually cut the power to the internet to entire regions. China has also been pressuring the region to rein in the clandestine operations, particularly after a high-profile kidnapping of a Chinese actor into Myanmar in January. The 22-year-old man was abducted after arriving to Thailand for what he believed was a casting call with a film producer. According to almost a dozen people interviewed on the border in February, victims were forced to work more than 15-hour days without payment and subject to frequent abuse. Shazab, who worked as a team leader at the compound, he was allegedly sold to managed a team of 12 people, which he claims was tasked to scam $10,000 each day from online clients. And the clients is in parentheses. If they failed to meet their quota, he says, they were locked in a dark room for about a week, beaten, and forced to do more than 1,000 squats. He said they ordered him to torture his team members, and when he did it, he was beaten for 3 days straight. The foreign nationals interviewed and described a compound that they said was made up of about 10 buildings, each about 2 stories high. And these compounds are filled with people being forced to do these scams. The Thai police general and director of the Anti-Human Trafficking Center said it is believed that between 30 and 40 Chinese criminal gangs are running the centers. So that's what I'm saying. You know, these scammers, these are real gangs behind it. Very dangerous, rich gangs with lots of resources, and they're pretty ruthless. He does say that claims of violence and abuse should be examined carefully. Some of them voluntarily go there and work, try to scam other people, get lots of money, and go back, he said. Adding that in other cases, people were forced into criminality and subjected to violence. Desperate to escape, one of these victims says he sent more than 30 emails to the embassies of Pakistan and China and Thailand asking for help, but never received a reply. Thousands of miles from home, Lucas, a 31-year-old from Brazil, tried the same but was caught. After he secretly contacted home and told them about the conditions there, they beat him a lot, he says. But he says, now I feel good. I'm not afraid. After crossing the river and stepping onto Thai soil, I know I am safe here. So anyway, yeah, that article is important because it just gives you an idea of what's going on behind the scenes here, what type of people you're dealing with. And who's funding these operations. All right. That's it for headlines. Who's still out there? Who's still watching? Click that heart. Say hi in the chat. Let us know you're here. Let us know you're watching. We got 2 different live streams going. We got the vertical stream going. We got the widescreen going. Not seeing a lot of viewers right now, but that's okay. It's still early. We usually go for a couple more hours here. All right. So let's dive into a couple examples of some scams that are going around right now and pretty recent. So I'm going to start off with a recent scam for a Social Security scam email. This was provided to me by a friend of mine a couple weeks ago. All right. So this is an example of an email that my friend received that's impersonating Social Security. It's a little tricky to detect on the phone that it's a fake email. So the first screenshot that I have up here now is how the email looks on the person's phone. And, without looking into it further, it almost looks like it's legit. Looks like the links to socialsecurity.gov. Looks like the from might be legit. But after further inspection, you'll notice that the email address itself is actually, I believe it's from Kenya. It's .co.ke. I think last week we were going over this example and it ended up being a Kenyan email address, which obviously that's not the Social Security Administration. And then that link that looks like it links to socialsecurity.gov, if you hover over the link and see where it really points, it actually points to a fake website. And what's interesting about this email, it's trying to impersonate a report that was emailed to you from Social Security Administration. That's what it's trying to say here. It's trying to say that there's a report from Social Security for you to download. What's kind of funny about it and what's a red flag, though, is at the bottom of the email, it does say, this file works on computers only. All right, so that's a little bit of a red flag. They're trying to get people to click that link and infect their computer with a virus. So, but this is an example. This came in February 6th, so it came in earlier this month. It's active and new, and you need to watch out for this scam email that's going around impersonating Social Security Administration. And we're going to be seeing more scammers impersonating Social Security Administration, especially as changes are being made and there's more media attention and news about Social Security and what's going on with it. Right, so scammers will take advantage of that. They'll use that as an opportunity to send out more scam emails and piggyback off of what's in the media about these types of things. So be on alert for Social Security scams. And even though it's just an email scam, these scammers are known to call people on the phone and impersonate Social Security as well. So don't trust any emails, any phone calls that claim to be from Social Security. The next scam we're going to talk about are IRS and tax scams because it's tax season. And as we know, scams kind of go through cycles. There's certain times of the year where certain scams become more popular. And right now is tax season, so we're going to see a lot of scams impersonating the IRS. And we're also going to see a lot of scams offering services like tax debt relief and things like that. They're actually a scam and not real. So an example of an IRS scam that's circulating right now, and we mentioned this on the headlines. This is one of the scams mentioned in the headlines. It's that text message that's going around claiming there's a $1,400 economic impact payment. And if you can see on my screen right now, here's an actual screenshot of that text message. And what it says is, right at the top is Internal Revenue Service. So it's trying to impersonate the IRS. It makes you think that's from the IRS. And it says, you're eligible to receive a $1,400 economic impact payment. Please provide your accurate personal information. We will deposit the amount into your bank account or mail a paper check within 1 to 2 business days. It then includes a link to a bogus website. They try to make it look like it's to IRS. They include irs.gov in the website name, but then it goes to .subsidy.ion. It goes to a fake website. So this is a screenshot of the actual text message that's going around. The IRS has warned us about this text message. The media has started to warn us about this text message. It's currently circulating. And if you click that link, it's either going to steal your information or install malware onto your PC. The IRS will never reach out to you in this way. They wouldn't send a text message like this to you. And it certainly wouldn't include a link like this to have you go enter payment information. If there's something going on with the IRS, they're going to send you an actual physical letter first. That's how they're going to contact you. They're going to send you a bunch of physical letters first before they try to contact you in other ways. But yeah, don't trust this text message if you get it. And just because it's a text message version, you still need to stay alert for email versions as well. The IRS actually warned us about an email version of this scam a couple years ago. It followed the same narrative, an economic impact payment or a stimulus, but that one was targeting victims through email, right? So any text or any scam that could be initiated through email could be initiated through text message. And the same way with any scam to be initiated through text message could be initiated through email, right? So with one comes the other. Always be alert for both versions. If you hear about a scam text message, be skeptical about emails as well. Again, this one's currently spreading now. Multiple people reported this one to me. We're seeing a lot of media attention on this text message. This one specifically says $1,400 economic impact payment. All right, so rest assured it's a scam if you get this text message for sure. And something also that's important to recognize about this text message, I'm going to see if I can zoom in. At the bottom of it, see how it says please reply with yes, then exit the text message? Open it again, click the link, or copy into Safari browser. This text, these instructions, are included on a lot of scam text messages that are going out. Because a scammer, what they're trying to do is, if you reply yes, this link is going to get enabled. So now you can just click on it. Also, if you reply yes, you're telling the scammer that you read their text messages. They'll target you with more scams. So that's why there's a lot of scam text messages, and we're going to show some examples of other scams. But they all include, a lot of them include this little text or this little instruction at the end of the text. Please reply with yes, then exit the text message. Don't do it. Don't reply yes. Don't click on the link, especially if you're getting a text message that tells you to. This is a scam. So there's that $1,400 economic impact text message going around. Don't trust it. Lots of warnings about this one. Is anybody just joining? Say hi in the chat room. Click that heart. Click like. If you don't subscribe yet, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Help us spread awareness. That's our goal here. We do this live stream every Thursday. The goal is to spread awareness about scams. We just finished going over the headlines. The first hour of the live stream, we usually go over the most recent scam headlines. And now what we're doing, we're going into some specific examples of scams. And we'll actually show you examples of text messages that are circulating, emails that are circulating, and some common scams to be aware of and to let your loved ones know about as well. Because you'll save a lot of time and headache being aware of these scams and preventing them than you will trying to recover from one of these scams. Most victims never recover money that's stolen by these scammers. It's sad, but it's true. So awareness is very, very important. So right now we're talking about some IRS scams. We just showed you a text message that's currently circulating about a fake economic impact payment. But the next example is actually a phone call. And I had multiple reports about this phone call that I'm going to play for you right now. Multiple people received the exact same phone call, including myself. I actually received this phone call. And what this is this is a tax forgiveness scam. It's a scammer impersonating a service that's going to offer tax forgiveness. So let me play this recording for you, and then we'll break it down afterwards.
Hi, this is Lindsay Carter from the Activation Department. Give me a call back at 833-850-2527. Our records indicate you have some back taxes owed. You're now eligible to apply for them to be forgiven with the Zero Tax Balance Program. Any back owed taxes can be enrolled to be forgiven through this program. But we do need to sign up this week. Just give me a call so we can start the process. It's really quick, and I'll keep your file open here. So my number is 833-850-2527. If you've already resolved this, call back and press 2 to be removed. Can't wait to speak with you. 2.
So that message has been getting received by many people, including myself. And there's a couple different versions of it. 99% of the message is the same, but the name and phone number will be swapped out different. Same voice, same script, just a different name, different phone number. But lots of people are receiving these messages about tax forgiveness, and they're a scam. They're a scam. They're not a legit service, and there were lots of red flags and indicators on that message that you could rely on and know that it's a scam. For example, the message doesn't give the name of a company. There's no name on that message. It says this is the activation department. What's that supposed to mean, right? So when something like that happens, when something strange, it indicates it's a scam, right? This is the activation department. You have back taxes owed. What are they talking about? Activation department, back taxes owed. None of it's true. And by the way, the people receiving this message, the message says every time you have back taxes owed. That's part of the scam. They want to scare you. In fact, a friend of mine I was talking to last week who received the same message, his first thought was, what, I filed my taxes wrong? Because he had already just taken care of his taxes. Now he's getting this phone call. So at first he thought, what, I file my taxes wrong or something? I must have done something wrong, right? But then he realized, all right, this must be a scam or something, right? But that's what the scammers rely on. They want to scare you. They want to confuse you, right? So no company name. They're trying to scare you, right? And then the other indicator in this message was they also said you have to act this week, right? And that's very common to scams. They want you to act immediately. They don't want to give you time to talk to someone about it or think about it or look into options. They want you to act quickly and send them money, right? So they try to scare you. They try to get you to act quickly. And you can expect a lot of calls like that this time of year because it's tax season, right? So there's going to be a lot of phone calls like that going out. Now, I did try to call back that number. I wanted to see where it went. I usually don't do that, but I figured, you know what? Let me call back that number and see where it goes, right? See what happens. So here's a recording of what happens if you call back that number.
I'm Ava, a virtual assistant that can help direct your call. Now, if you're responding to a television commercial, radio ad, letter, or phone call you received about programs available to eliminate your debt, please press 5 now. If you are only calling to be removed from our mailing or telephone contact list, and you are calling from the phone number connected to your account, press 8. Pressing 8 will automatically remove your phone number from our calling list, as well as any physical address associated with the account from our mailing list. Please note that agents in our call center cannot remove you from either of these contact lists. You can only be removed by pressing 8 here. Hello, I'm Ava, a virtual assistant that can help direct your call. Nobody is available to take your call. Please try back later.
So that's what happens if you call back that number. And I hit the button to talk to a rep. I didn't hit the option to remove my phone number, but I hit the option to talk to a rep, and that's what it did. It just said, nobody's here, take your call, and then it hung up on me. It didn't even let me leave a message, right? So that's shady too. We have the initial call that reached out to us. They didn't leave a company name or anything like that. You call back the number, you get some shady recording, right? It still didn't say the company name. Notice that? It still didn't say the company name, and you get some shady recording. You hit the button to talk to somebody, another shady recording, nobody's here, and then boom, it disconnects. Don't even let you leave a message. So the whole thing is just some shady operation going on there, where even if it wasn't a scam, you wouldn't want to use those people. But I'm pretty sure 99% that this is a scam, because we know that tax forgiveness scams are very common this time of year. And that phone call had red flags all over it, especially since other people I know received that call. And no matter what, it claims that you have back taxes owed. They don't know. That's all part of the scam. They're just going to say it at every call. So be aware of phone calls claiming you have back taxes owed, especially when you know you don't. And they're offering tax forgiveness. Could be a lot of scams going around right now. So be aware. Be aware of them. Don't fall for them. Right. Only trust your own accountant. Trust your own tax guy. Don't trust these random people calling up and leaving messages. Can't trust it. And also, I'm going to take a moment here just to talk a little bit more about how to protect your tax return too. I don't have a slide or an example in this case, but another common scam going on right now is identity theft, meaning that the scammers, they'll file for your tax return. They'll steal your refund. Right? They'll file as you, and they'll steal your refund. And that's important to be aware of because it doesn't require that much information for them to file as you. And unfortunately, a lot of our personal information, thanks to data breaches and being sold on the dark web, is not that hard to get our personal information. So how do you protect yourself? How do you protect that refund from a scammer that's going to file as you and steal it? Well, the official recommendation, there's two things you could do. First, file your taxes as soon as possible. If you file, you basically want to beat the scammer to the punch. If you file your taxes first, you're going to get the refund. If the scammer files as you first, they're going to get the refund. Right? So you want to file your taxes early. You want to get it done. You get your refund. And then if a scammer tries to file as you, they're not going to get the return. The IRS sees that the return was already sent, and they're not going to send it to the scammer. So that's recommendation number one when it comes to protecting your tax return. File as early as you can. Get your return this way. If a scammer does try to file as you, they won't be able to get your return. Not the best, approach. Doesn't, you're pretty much just trying to beat the scammer to the punch, but that's one recommendation from the IRS. The second recommendation, as far as protecting your taxes and your tax return from identity theft and somebody else stealing it, is you can actually set a security PIN code on your IRS account. No changes can get made to your IRS account. Nothing can get filed. Your taxes can't get filed. Right? You need to provide that PIN code to make any changes or submit any paperwork. Now that will really protect your IRS account and your refund. So especially if you've had your identity stolen before, I know people that they've had their personal information stolen, breached, and they know that scammers are out there creating accounts under a name. In a case like that, you really should set the security PIN code for your IRS account, and by doing that, it'll prevent anyone else from being able to file, falsely as you and steal your tax return. As long as you keep that PIN code private, obviously, don't give it out. But yeah, use that PIN code to protect your tax return. So that's some info about IRS and tax scams going on right now. We just showed you that text message to watch out for. $1,400 economic payment text message. It's a scam. Click report as junk and delete it if you get that text message. Watch out for emails too. Okay, and we also played you a recording of a lot of these scam services that are going around right now, offering tax forgiveness and stuff to watch out for. So this tax season, watch out. The next scam we're going to talk about here, and we mentioned it during the headlines, is the fake arrest warrant scams and jury duty scams. Let me bring up my examples here. So we talked about this briefly when we were going over the headlines. But this type of scam is becoming more and more popular. We're hearing about it more and more now, especially because law enforcement and sheriffs don't like being impersonated too. So they're trying to spread the word about these arrest warrant scams. But what it is basically a victim is contacted by a scammer impersonating law enforcement. The scammer claims an arrest warrant was issued and fines must be paid to resolve it. The scammer then threatens the victim with arrest if fines aren't paid immediately. Right, so the scammer will be on the phone with the victim and they'll tell them, there's an arrest warrant out. If you don't pay now, we're going to send a deputy over there to arrest you. So they'll be on the phone threatening the victim to make a payment. Extremely common right now. We're getting lots of warnings from law enforcement about this one. Also, some reports the scammers will give fake paperwork to make it appear like there's a warrant being issued. So watch out for the fake paperwork too. If you get somebody calling you from claiming to be the sheriff's office, even if the phone number is correct on a caller ID, even if the caller ID shows the sheriff's office, you can't trust it. Scammers are manipulating what the caller ID says. They will show the correct phone number. When they call you, they will show the sheriff's phone number on the caller ID, even though it's a scammer. So you can't trust the caller ID to verify who you're talking to. They're doing this when they impersonate law enforcement. They're doing it when they impersonate banks, right? If somebody calls you claiming to be from your bank, even if the phone number on a caller ID is your bank's phone number, you can't trust it because we know that scammers are manipulating that phone number. All right, so you do have to watch out for that. But anyway, back to these arrest warrant scams. It's extremely common. We're getting a lot of reports out of Texas, but again, it's a nationwide phenomenon. You know, no one's immune, you know, to these arrest warrant scams that are going out there. Some key things to remember about these arrest warrant scams. Scammers can manipulate the phone number shown on caller ID. That's number one, right? Always keep that in mind. You can't trust the caller ID. Make sure your friends and your loved ones are aware of that. Too many victims fall for these scams because they think, well, the caller ID shows the right number. I must be talking to my bank or to law enforcement, but they're not. It's part of the scam. Scammers provide fake paperwork to convince their victims arrest warrant is real. Right? So watch out for the fake paperwork. They used real paperwork and they just modified it, so it looks extremely convincing. If someone urges you to make immediate payment over the phone, it's a red flag, right? And the news article we were reading earlier about this, the sheriff made it very clear you can't settle this type of stuff over the phone. All right? You can't just make a payment over the phone and make it go away. You actually got to go in and take care of it. And 4, if you get a phone call claiming a warrant was issued for your arrest, right? So if you're concerned that it's real, okay, what you want to do is you want to ask the name of the organization that issued the warrant, and then you hang up and you call the organization directly. Do not engage with the person that called you. Tell them you need to verify, hang up, and call the organization directly. Make sure you're calling the right phone number, though. Make sure you're calling the real phone number of that organization. A lot of times people will go to look up a phone number. They won't realize it, but they'll go on a fake website that gives a scammer's phone number. All right, so you got to be careful. Always make sure that you're dealing with the real website and real contact information when you're calling, you know, a sheriff back or a bank back. So that's arrest warrant scam. And jury duty scams, a lot of times they'll say the reason there's going to be an arrest warrant issue is because you missed jury duty. So watch out for that. You know, red flags. Hey, Katie, welcome back. See you in the widescreen chat now. Always a pleasure to have you. Should I share your inheritance example? Scam that you sent over now? Let's see here. Well, let me show you an example, one more scam. And Katie actually provided this to me a couple weeks ago. It's an example of an inheritance scam email that she received. It was pretty interesting, this one. Let me bring it up on my screen here. So she got this email for a potential investment partnership opportunity. Right? And right off the bat, you know, red flag number 1, it came from an Outlook.com email address. You know, it didn't even come from a real law office domain or anything like that, or holdings domain. So that's red flag number 1, that it came from Outlook. And let's see what it says. Dear friend, I hope this email finds you well. My name is Joel Mercier, and I am the CEO of JMH Holdings LLC and Circulating Resources LLC, originally from France, but I'm based in the U.S. I'm reaching out to explore the possibility of establishing a partnership to pursue profitable investment opportunities in your country. In fact, hold on a sec. I'm just going to add this to the list here. As part of this venture, I would appreciate it if you could prepare a business proposal within your area of expertise. I will review the proposal, and following a thorough discussion, we can proceed to the next steps and finalizing a partnership. In addition, since you will be facilitating the introduction to this business, I am entrusting you with the management of the investment portfolio on my behalf. Once we engage in detailed discussions, we can further align our approach and finalize an agreement to guide our collaboration. For this investment, I've allocated a budget of 70 million USD and would welcome your professional advice on how best to allocate and utilize these funds for maximum profitability. Attached below, a copy of my passport for identity confirmation. So this is the first time I'm seeing an investment scam where they just, right off the bat, they're giving you a passport, which I can almost guarantee is probably a stolen passport, if not fake. Attached below, a copy of my passport for identity confirmation. I look forward to reviewing your proposal and discussing the next steps toward a successful partnership. And here's the passport, a picture of a passport they included, which is probably a real person, but it's probably stolen. Of course, at the bottom it has this is privileged information. So yeah. Hey Katie, do you deal in finance or anything? Like, is there any reason you might have been targeted with this for like, or it's just completely random? There's no. I'm just curious, like if they targeted you because you deal with the finance industry, or if this was just kind of like they're targeting everybody with it. But anyway, this is a good example of. Let me know in the chat if you deal with finance or anything like that. Maybe that's why you're targeted. But anyway, thank you for sharing this sample with us about fake inheritance scam email that you got. And another red flag is they include WhatsApp as their contact. They want you to contact them on WhatsApp. They don't give a website to look at. Yeah, so there's red flags all over this. And Katie got this January 30th. So, I mean, this is a fresh example of a scam, circulating less than a month ago. So be on the lookout for these. It looks like they're just randomly targeting people. Like Katie isn't involved in finance or anything like that. There's no reason that she specifically would have been targeted for this. So it looks like they're just spraying a bunch of email addresses, just trying to scam people. And it's wild how they just included us. Here's my passport. Yeah, that's such not like a normal procedure that would be followed. It's like, here's our first introduction. Here's a copy of my passport. But anyway, thanks for that example, Katie. Appreciate it. And maybe it'll help someone. I'll probably include it in a future video when I make a video about some investment scams too. All right, cool. Everybody's just joining us. Good to see you. Click the heart, click the like. We do this live stream every week, every Thursday. The goal is to spread awareness about scams so you can protect yourself and your loved ones. You can visit scamaware101.com and join our mailing list. We won't spam you too bad. We just send out reminders about our live streams, and we'll send you some scam awareness tips. All useful stuff. No junk. We got 2 live streams running right now. We got a widescreen version, and we got the vertical version running. Looks like most people are chatting in the widescreen version now. Before it was the vertical. Now we're looks like the widescreen is getting more views. So that's cool. If it's first time joining us, say hi in the chat room. Click the thumbs up. Look, the more likes we get, the more subscribers we get, the more YouTube's algorithm will share our content with more people. And that's the goal. We want to spread awareness. We release scam awareness videos too. We do this live stream every week. And really the goal is just we want to inform people and let them know what to watch out for when it comes to these scams. Trying to put something good out there. All All right, so those were some common scams. We got a lot more scams to go over in a little bit, but right now we're going to talk about red flags. We did a video about these red flags too. So if any of these red flags you think would be useful, I mean, all of them are useful to know about. But if someone specifically comes to mind that any of these red flags would help, we do have a video on our YouTube channel, and you can share the video with them about these red flags that we're about to go over. And as we go over these red flags too, feel free to let us know in the chat other red flags to watch out for. I am creating a second video. I need a couple more red flags I'm going to include on my next red flag video. 5 more red flags. So type in the chat. Let me know some other red flags that we can include. I want to hear your experiences too. What kind of scams were you targeted with that tipped you off was a scam? What kind of red flags have you noticed? So let's get it going. Red flag number 1. And we just mentioned this actually on that investment email example. They direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. And this was a perfect time to segue into this red flag, based on that inheritance scam email example we just showed you, because the only contact information they gave you was WhatsApp, right? So they reached out by email, and then the only communication method they included was WhatsApp. That's a good example about what these scammers do, and it's a red flag. Why do these scammers like to talk on Telegram and WhatsApp? Because it's easier to communicate with victims in other countries. Those chat apps also offer more anonymity to the scammer to hide behind, right? So scammers love talking on third-party chat apps. They don't want to keep on texting back and forth, on the phone. And some scams that specifically is part of the playbook to lure people onto WhatsApp and Telegram. Some scams, for example, romance scams. They'll create fake dating profiles to lure in new victims. They'll start a conversation with the victim, and once they're conversing with their matches, on the dating websites, they'll direct the potential victim to continue talking on WhatsApp. So, all you people on dating websites, watch out. Be suspicious they try to direct you on to talk on WhatsApp. Wrong number scams, right? They'll start with a text message probing for new victims, and then when somebody replies, usually let the scammer know, oh, you have a wrong phone number. What they'll do is they'll try to continue the conversation, and they'll direct you to continue it onto WhatsApp. A lot of scammers, they like to have you on WhatsApp because they could also build up more of a personal relationship with you. They could send videos, pictures. They could do video calls, right? So they can kind of get more personal with the victim and build trust. So you need to watch out for this red flag, directing you to continue a conversation on Telegram or WhatsApp. Hey, Cal, welcome back. Remember you for last week. Cool, good to see you again. So far, we went over the weekly headlines, went over a few common scams like IRS scams. Now we're going over some red flags, and then we're going to roll right back into some more common scams. But right now, we're on red flag number 1. I'm glad you joined this week. Good to see you. Hit that like button. Click that heart. Thanks for saying hi in the chat. There's Art. I see Art now. There we go. Art's my biggest fan. My biggest fan over in the vertical chat there. All he does is click the hearts. All right, cool. And another example of a scam that uses this red flag, investment scams, which we actually just talked about. It's funny because in this example, what I say about investment scams, I say they direct the victim to Telegram or WhatsApp group to pump up an investment or appear more legit, right? And in this example, the red flag, a lot of times they'll have bots in the Telegram, Telegram room, or a fake community, a group chat on WhatsApp, right? Because they want to build fake interest. They want to make it look like there's interest in this investment, right? So that's usually how this red flag pops up. But in the inheritance email we just looked at earlier, the example that Katie provided is a different example of that, where the only contact information provided on that fake investment email was a WhatsApp number. So that's a red flag as well, right? So red flag number 1, they try to direct you onto Telegram or WhatsApp to continue a conversation. Watch out for it. Red flag number 2. We talked about this one earlier on the headlines as well. They request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or by depositing cash into a Bitcoin ATM. That's a huge red flag. Huge red flag. If you're dealing with someone and they're telling you to deposit money into a Bitcoin ATM, you need to stop and think about what you're doing. Why do scammers prefer these methods of payment? Well, it's easier to move and transfer the funds quickly, and it's also harder for victims to recover the money after it's sent. So some examples of specific scams where that's part of the playbook, where they try to get you to pay in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency. I mean, really, at this point, it's really most scams that they're trying to get payment that way. But IRS and Social Security scams. Scammers, they impersonate the government agencies, and they'll ask for payment in gift cards or cryptocurrency. But it's important to note, no real government agency or organization is accepting gift cards and cryptocurrency. Maybe eventually they'll accept cryptocurrency, but right now they don't. So if someone's reaching out to you claiming to be from a government organization, IRS, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, all that stuff, and they're asking you for payment in cryptocurrency, don't do it. It's a scam. 100% it's a scam. Rest assured, hang up, stop dealing with the person. Especially if they ask for gift cards too. Gift cards, cryptocurrency, prepaid debit cards. They try to send you a Bitcoin ATM. Red flags. Romance scams. A lot of times a scammer, they'll have an emotionally attached victim, and how they get money from them is they request gift cards and cryptocurrency. Bank impersonation scams. There's a common narrative, right, where these scammers, once they get you on the phone, they're using this narrative known as the phantom hacker, right? They claim that a hacker's stolen your identity, they have access to your money, and your money's not safe in your bank account. And that's how they convince these victims to withdraw their money. They convince them to withdraw their money because it's not safe, right? That's the story. And then they instruct them to purchase gift cards or cryptocurrency to send it to a new account, which is all part of a scam, and you're actually sending money to a scammer. So yeah, red flag number 2. Gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, depositing cash into Bitcoin ATM. All unusual methods of payments that should be considered a red flag. And on the second video we do about red flags, I'm actually going to have part 2 of payments. We're going to include Cash App, Zelle, Chime, because those are also red flags, those forms of payment. So watch out. That's red flag number 2. Forms of payment like gift cards, prepaid cards, and cryptocurrency. Take a look at red flag number 3. They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone by text message. So this is actually a very common scam, and it's most common on like marketplace websites like Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist. Why would a scammer be sending you a code to your text message, texting you a code and asking for it? Well, there's a few reasons, right? They might be trying to open an account using your phone number. They want to attach your phone number to the account, and they need that code so they can. They might be trying to log in to one of your existing accounts that's attached to your phone number. Right? If you give them a code, now they can get into your account. Or they might be trying to reset your password, and they need that code to reset it. So a lot of times they'll be doing this. They'll send you the code, and they'll say that they're trying to verify your phone number, or they're trying to verify your identity, and they'll say that they need you to reply back with that code to them. But what they're actually trying to do is create an account or get into one of your accounts, or reset a password. So it's a red flag. You should never have to provide a code to somebody when they're saying they're going to send a code to your phone. You should never provide a code to somebody. Some scams that specifically rely on this as part of the playbook to send a code is account login attempts, right? So providing the code to the scammer lets them get into your account. Password reset request. You provide the code to the scammer, you just allow them to reset your password and essentially giving them access to your account, right? And then you have Google Voice scams. Now, this is a very common specific type of scam. What the scammer is doing is they're creating a Google Voice account and they want it linked to your phone. And to do that, they need to verify the code that's sent to your phone. If you give them a code, if you provide that code to the scammer, you're allowing them to create a Google Voice account that's linked to your phone number. And then they're going to use that Google Voice account to do more scams. And this can be linked to your phone number, right? So you don't want that. And yeah, and that's red flag number 3. So watch out. If somebody's saying they're going to send a code to your phone to verify your identity, it's a scam. We see it a lot on marketplace type websites. They also might be trying to log into your bank accounts too, actually, so keep that in mind as well. They might be trying to log into your bank account, and if you give them that code, you just give them access to your bank account. So that's red flag number 3. Red flag number 4. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Yes. So, you can't let these scammers on your PC. They love to get on your PC. If they get access to your computer or your device, it's a gold mine to them. So it's actually becoming a lot more common for these scammers to try to get onto your PC now. Why is it a gold mine if they get on your PC? Well, they can steal your passwords. If you have your passwords and logins stored in Google Chrome, they can extract that information, right? They get on your PC, they can extract your logins they have saved. They could, they'll have access to all your files, right? They'll encrypt your files, they'll steal your files, they'll have access to your pictures, they could blackmail you, right? They could steal any financial information you might have stored on your computer. So any files you have, they're going to have access to, and they will steal them, they will encrypt them, and they will use your own files, against you. A lot of extortion going on out there. They'll attempt to access your banking websites. They could steal your cookies, right? So a lot of us hear about cookies. Well, what could they do by stealing your cookies? They steal your cookies, they put them on their own computer. Now they could access your banking websites as if they were already logged in, right? They could bypass MFA and access the website, your bank account, directly. And that's all because they were able to get on your computer and steal, your cookies and your files and your data. So that's why it's so common for them now to try and get onto your PC. So you want to keep these scammers off your PC for sure. Some examples of scams that this is specifically part of the playbook where they try to get onto your PC. Fake virus alerts, otherwise known as a tech support scam. I have a lot of examples. We're going to go over one of this scam in a little bit. But basically, they impersonate tech support to help you remove a virus. And that's how they access your PC. They ask to get onto your PC, help remove a virus. But they're really a scammer. They're not tech support, and you just let them onto your PC. Fake order scams. They'll impersonate customer support to assist you with an order. Right? You'll get a notification. We're going to talk about this scam in a little bit. But you'll get a notification that an order was placed in the call number. It's a fake notification. There was no order placed. But when you call that number, you'll be connected to a scammer who offers to connect your PC and look into the issue. Once they're on your PC, they do their thing. They start stealing your passwords. They start stealing your files. They start getting into your banking. And then there's the fake fraudulent activity. Right? So they'll call you up. They'll impersonate an agency investigating fraud. And that's when they go into this phantom hacker narrative, right, where they say that somebody has access to your account, somebody's stolen your identity, and they'll offer to connect to your computer to check for suspicious activity. And that's the red flag. They're trying to connect to your PC. So you do not want to let these people on your PC. You do not want to let these scammers on your PC. You never know what they're going to install on your PC. You let them on once, they can install software that lets them on whenever they want. All right, so always a red flag. When it comes to letting somebody on your PC, everybody should have their own computer guy. Right. So if you get an alert, if you get somebody telling you they want to connect to the PC, no, I got my own computer guy. I'll have them look into it. Right. Whether it's the local computer shop, somebody you work with, maybe a family member. Right. You should never let a stranger onto your computer. You should never call a random number and let someone you don't know on the other end, onto your PC. So that's red flag number 4. Let's take a look at red flag number 5. If you're just joining us, hit that heart, hit the like button, say hello in the chat, and join our email list. You can see the poll up there. It's too many no's. Join our free email list. We'll send you some free scam aware tips, send you reminders about when we're going live. I'll tell you, it's a good email list. I won't send you a lot of junk mail or anything like that. So join our mailing list. Go to scamaware101.com, click join mailing list. And then update the poll. We need more yeses. Too many no's in that poll. So red flag number 5. They request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. It's very common for scammers to ask you for confidentiality. They don't want you to discuss the situation with other people. The more people you talk to, the more likely you'll be told it's a scam, right? So they'll always have an excuse for you to keep it confidential or to keep what's going on secret. And some examples of specific scams where this is part of the playbook, where they specifically ask you for confidentiality or secrecy, is a grandparents scam. And we'll show you a recording about this scam later in this live stream. It's a good recording. But a grandparent scam, it's when they say a relative has been arrested and needs money for release. But what they'll do is they'll claim the relative is embarrassed about the arrest and ask you not to tell anybody. That's the request for secrecy. Right? They have investment scams. They have an inside tip, don't tell anyone. A price is just for you, don't tell anyone. They always have a reason for you not to tell anybody about the investment. Inheritance scams. They mail letters impersonating law offices. And we actually have an example of a letter that was received a couple months ago of one of these inheritance scams. I'll show you a little later. But they'll impersonate a law office and they'll request confidentiality. And then we have the fake fraudulent activity, which I mentioned a couple times during these red flags. It's when they call you up and they do that whole phantom hacker narrative where they say your account's been compromised, your identity's been stolen. It's how they convince you to move the funds, right? But as far as requesting confidentiality, what they tell you is they tell you they're investigating fraud, and they tell you it's important not to tell anybody about this because you might risk the investigation. So they tell you to keep it secret, don't tell anybody what's going on. That's part of the narrative, right? But it's all a scam. The real purpose is they don't want you talking to anybody. They don't want you asking your friends what they think, because it's more likely, the more people you talk to, it's more likely they'll tell you it's a scam. Right, so the scammer will ask you for confidentiality or to keep it secret. A lot of times they'll even lie. They'll tell you to lie to the bank teller. If the bank teller asks why you're withdrawing the money, they'll say, just tell them you have a large purchase to make. Don't tell them that it's part of an investigation, because they know the bank teller will say, wait a minute, that's a scam. All right, so that's a red flag when they're asking for confidentiality or a secret. So those are 5 red flags. Let's take a quick look. Review them one more time what those 5 red flags were. Red flag number 1, they direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. Red flag number 2, they request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or by depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. Right? If any of those forms of payment come up, it's a red flag. Don't do it. You're talking to a scammer. Red flag number 3, they ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone via text message. Don't do it. They're trying to get into an account. They're trying to create an account. They're trying to fraudulently use your phone number, right? So don't provide any codes that are sent to your phone to a stranger. It's one thing if you're trying to log into a website and you're entering a code into a website, but when it's somebody claiming that they're sending you a code, it's a scam. Red flag number 4, they ask you to connect to your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Red flags, don't let strangers connect to your PC. Right, we've got to go over a couple more scams in detail that include that as part of their scam playbook. And when I say PC, I mean device. Don't let them on your PC, don't let them on your Mac, don't let them on your iPhone, don't let them on your Android. Don't let these people connect to your devices. Once they're on, you never know what they've done and what they've installed or left behind. Make sure your loved ones know that. A lot of older folks fall for the letting the scammers on their PC. Then red flag number 5, they request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. Right, so we just went over a few examples of that. Always a red flag, especially if it's government organized. The government will never tell you to keep it secret. So it's a red flag. So that's it. There's 5 red flags. They're dealing with a scammer. Boom. We're right on schedule. 7:45. Right on schedule for a coffee break because I have to refill my Scam-aware travel mug and coffee mug, which are available on our YouTube store. So Check out our YouTube store. You get mouse pads, some water bottles, coffee mugs, travel cups. You keep them on your desk, or you give it to your loved one to keep on their desk. They'll be. This is how I picture it, right? I picture somebody. They're reading their email, and there's an email that pops up, and it says that they have their antivirus needs to be renewed, right? And they're about ready to click that link, but then they look at their Scamaware 101 mug sitting on their desk, and they're reminded, wait a minute, this could be a scam, and boom, we just avoided becoming a victim, right? So at least that's how I envision it. But anyway, to those just joining us, welcome to the live stream. We do this every week. Say hi in the chat. We're probably gonna go for another hour or two. We got a lot more scams to go over, a lot more examples to share with you. Got a lot of good stuff coming up here. So click that like button, click the heart. If you don't subscribe to our YouTube channel yet, please subscribe. The more subscribers we get, the more likes we get, the more our content will be shown to new people. Thanks to the algorithm. So help the algorithm spread awareness of these scams. You can also follow us on Facebook, Blue Sky, Threads, Instagram, and X. We have links to all those social media pages. We have links on our scamaware101.com website. So take a look at scamaware101.com. Follow us on your favorite social media platform. And while you're there, join that mailing list. Click join mailing list and get on the list. We'll send you live stream reminders and some useful scam awareness tips that you probably want to share with your friends. All right, so we are going to take a 5-minute coffee break. Refill my cup, and then we're going to dive into some more extremely common scams to be aware of. In the meantime, say hi in the chat. We'll check it out when I get back in 5 minutes here. All right, everybody. Be back in a couple minutes here. Everybody will be getting started again in a couple minutes here. All right, we're back for part 2 of our weekly Scam Aware 101 live stream. See how we're doing in the chat here. Katie, that's a great recommendation. I will include, definitely include misspelled words and grammar on the next red flags video. It's always good to look out for that. Unfortunately, because of AI, we're going to be seeing less and less of bad grammar and misspellings because the AI is just going to kind of do it for the scammers now. But there'll still be some that slip through the cracks, I'm sure. So that's a good one. Thank you. I'll make sure to include that on the next red flag video for sure. To anybody else just joining us, welcome to the live stream. Click that like button, click the heart, say hello in the chat. If you don't subscribe, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Help us spread awareness of these scams. Trying to put something good out there, and with your help, we can make a difference. All right, cool. Let's get rolling with part 2 here. We're going to talk about some more common scams. Okay, let's start with bank impersonation scams. So, these bank impersonation scams are extremely common right now. And victims are being targeted by phone, by text message, and by email as well. But on my screen, you can actually see an example of a real text message that was received a couple weeks ago by a friend of mine. And this text message, it impersonates TD Bank. And what it is, it's trying to impersonate one of those text messages you get about fraud warnings or a purchase was made, unusual purchase was made, right? So you know how you get these warnings when you use your debit card. Sometimes you're traveling out of state and you'll go use your card and you'll get a warning like this. So that's what this text message is trying to impersonate. It's trying to impersonate a transaction warning or a fraud alert from your bank. Now, this screenshot again was provided, by my friend. A couple weeks old. The scam's currently circulating right now. But what's interesting is before she received this text message, immediately before, she got a phone call, right? And the phone call showed the caller ID. It showed the correct number of TD Bank, right? But she didn't answer the phone call. Immediately after she didn't answer the phone call, the text message comes in, impersonating TD Bank, right? So these scammers, the way this scam is happening is first they're going to call. In this case, first they called the phone. They manipulated the phone number to show TD Bank's phone number, right? So we're going to mention it again. You can never trust the phone number that's on a caller ID. Scammers can manipulate that phone number. Just because it shows the correct phone number, it doesn't mean you're actually talking to that person. We know this is happening. We have warnings from sheriff departments about this. Scammers are impersonating the sheriff's office. The caller ID shows the sheriff's office phone number, even though it's a scammer. We know that's happening. These scammers that are impersonating banks, we know what's happening with them. They call up, it will show the bank's phone number on caller ID, but it's actually a scammer, right? So caller ID is not a valid way to verify who you're talking to. It's really important that you're aware of that and that your friends and family and any other loved ones are aware of that. But anyway, back to this bank impersonation scam here. So first a phone call came in, she didn't answer. Then a text message comes in and it asks her to reply yes or no if she made a transaction. So what's going to happen if she replied to this text message? She would reply no, right? Because she didn't make that transaction. She would reply no, right? Well, what's going to happen is then the scammer knows that, one, you read the text message. So they'll target you with more scams now. They know that you're an active user. You read the text message, you reply to them. They'll target you with other scams that come in from all different phone numbers, right? So that's the first thing that would happen if you replied. But also, they would try to continue the narrative and get your information, meaning if you reply back no, you'll probably get a text message reply back saying, your account has been locked. Please confirm your user ID. Please confirm your password. Please confirm your social security number. Please confirm this. Please confirm that, right? And they're going to try to pull information out of you that way. And that's the point of these fake text messages. What they'll actually do too, they might actually try to log into your bank account and ask you to give them the code that's sent to your phone, right? We just talked about that scam. And it does get used to access bank accounts, right? You'll get a code sent to your phone and the person will say, hey, I'll just verify your identity. You know, in this case, they're actually impersonating the bank, right? So they'll offer to send a code to your phone. You're actually giving a scammer access to your bank account, right? So these bank impersonation scams, extremely common right now. A lot of people are falling for them. They get the phone call and they think it's a bank because of caller ID, right? So they're falling for them because of that. But also these text messages. So we actually reached out to the bank. Well, I say we. My friend actually reached out to the bank to confirm some details about this text message and how to identify that, whether it's from the bank or not. And we actually got some good information from the bank, right? So a couple things about this text message and how you can identify that it's actually a scammer. So the first indicator is that it comes from an actual phone number, right? If this had been from the bank, it would have came from one of those little 5-digit short code numbers. It wouldn't have come from an actual phone number like this, right? So that's red flag number one. The alert came from an actual phone number. You know, again, if it was from the bank, it would have been one of those short 5-digit numbers that you get text messages from. So that's red flag number one. The second red flag is if this had been a real alert for the bank, it would have indicated what account it was referencing, either by listing the last 4 digits on there or starting with, ending with. They would have put something there to just indicate which account they're referencing, right? Looking for that's not 100% foolproof. Scammers may know the last 4 digits of your accounts already. So, that's the text message you get might be even more personalized with your last 4 digits. But if it's missing it, you know right off the bat that it's a scam. And then you do notice some capitalization that's a little off in here. Like every other word is capitalized, right? Transaction, reply, not. It's just weird capitalization in there that kind of gives away that it's also not a legit text message. All right. So be aware of this bank impersonation scam. And in fact, right, so if you had replied to this text message, they would have tried to pull more information out of you, right? Ask your username, ask your password. They might try to send you a code where they're accessing your account, behind the scenes. If you had answered the phone, they would probably go into the phantom hacker narrative, right? You answer the phone, they tell you that they've found suspicious activity on your account. Somebody has access to your account. You need to transfer your money out, and they'll trick you into transferring your money to them, the scammers. Right. So that's kind of the narrative that they would have went into if you had answered the phone. So a lot of stuff to take in about this scam right here. A lot to be aware of. But the main points are, always be aware that the scammer can manipulate what the caller ID says. So your bank's calling you, just because it says the bank's phone number doesn't mean it is. They're targeting victims by phone and text message, all as part of the same scam. If you don't answer the phone, don't be surprised if you get a text message right after. All right. And if you get texts like these, click report as junk and delete them. Don't even reply. Don't reply. So that's the bank impersonation scam. Watch out for it. They're targeting people on the phone, text message, emails too, of course. We don't want to forget about the classic ways, the fake emails that impersonate the bank. Always be suspicious of links. So that's the bank impersonation scam. Anybody else just joining us? Say hi to chat. Click the like button. And you're here just in time for the most common scam going around right now. the unpaid road toll scam. So we're going to talk about this one for a few minutes. I wish there was more viewers on right now because this is an important one, but it is what it is. So unpaid road toll scams. Victims are contacted about unpaid tolls and asked to pay quickly through a link or risk penalties. These scams exploit urgency and fear of fines. Very true. And this has been going on for months and months now at this point. And even on the ScamAware 101 website here, right on the homepage, we have a couple links to some common scams and unpaid road toll scams. You can see it right here to the right. This links right to our knowledge base. We have a knowledge base of scams we're building out in ScamAware 101. So if you click unpaid road toll scams here, it brings you to a page that has a definition of an unpaid road toll scam, but it also has the video we made 3 months ago. So just to give you an idea of how far ahead we are, we released a video 3 months ago about this unpaid road toll scam. So you can see it on our YouTube channel, and we also have it right here on our ScamAware101.com website. So definitely share this one with your loved ones too, because this one's crazy right now, this scam. Which I'm going to show you some examples right now, how many different examples there are. But first, let me show you the example that just came in this week for this scam. This is the first time I'm seeing this version of the text message scam. It's similar, but the wording is different now. So this is the first time I'm seeing this version of the scam. And you'll notice it comes from an international phone number, right? +63 939 422 8169. It's an international phone number, right? Except this version of the unpaid toll scam, what it says is the toll roads notice of toll evasion. So now it's saying there's a notice of toll evasion, right? And then it ends the text message with the toll roads team wishes you a great day. So this is the first time I'm seeing examples of this one referencing a toll roads notice of toll evasion, right? Usually they've been saying that it's SunPass or Easy Pass or tolls by mail, right? But now they're saying it's the toll roads team is saying that toll evasion. The other versions of this text message, I don't recall saying evasion either. It just said like you have unpaid toll balance that's due. But this one, you know, it's worded differently. And you can see in the link they include the word SunPass in the link, right, to try and sound more legit. But it links to a fake website, a .top/VIP website, like all the other text messages. And then here's an example too. If you were on earlier when we were talking about these text messages, I noticed how I explained how they usually include this instruction at the end. Please reply yes, then exit text message, open it again to activate link. Right. So here's another example of a scam text message going out that includes that instruction at the bottom. That's a red flag to be aware of. So if you get text messages like that, they're trying to trick you into activating the link. If you reply yes, it activates the link, and it also lets the scammer know, you know, to send you more scams because you read them and reply. But this is the latest version I've seen of these unpaid toll text messages scams. But there's so many. And they've been impersonating pretty much any toll service you could think of. They've been impersonating. There's text messages going out impersonating SunPass, Peach Pass, Quick Pass, Good to Go, which is Washington State, Easy Pass, the NTTA, which is North Texas Tollway Authority, and then more recently some other Texas toll authorities that we just read about today during the headlines. Fast Track, Drive Easy Maryland, right, and then Easy Drive Massachusetts, which isn't even listed on this screen here. But that was the second version of this unpaid toll text messages. So let me show you some more examples of these text messages. And what's important to realize is that no matter what the message says, if it's from a toll service, be extremely skeptical. Extremely skeptical right now because there's more and more going out. The scam isn't slowing down. There's more and more states reporting it, like Kansas reported it recently. You know, that's the first time we're seeing Kansas mentioning it in the headlines. So many states. So here's another example. Please pay your toll in Florida. This is the one where that was being reported by the Kansas article. It was the same text here, but then it just said, please pay your toll in Kansas. And notice the shady instruction at the bottom. Please reply yes, then exit the text. We're going to see this a lot in these scam messages. There's another version. This is the one that started saying Easy Drive, Massachusetts. And we've seen warnings from various law enforcement in Massachusetts about this one. But this one just says, your vehicle has an unpaid toll bill. To avoid excessive late fees on your bill, please fill it promptly. Thank you for your cooperation. And they say it's $6.99, and then they include a link to do the payment. I think why so many victims fall for this is they figure, it's only $6.99. They click the link. They don't bother looking into it or thinking about it. But they don't realize they're actually giving their financial information to a hacker and a scammer. Right? And obviously, these scammers are making a lot of money because this scam it just keeps on picking up more and more. Here's a version for Fast Track. Pay your Fast Track lane tolls to avoid a fine and keep your license. Right? So this one's trying to scare you a little bit more, saying you're going to lose your license. It mentions Easy Drive MA in the website, the fake website link again. Another Easy Drive MA. So you had the first one that didn't mention it up here. You only see Easy Drive MA in the URL of the fake website. But then here's another version of the text where it opens with Easy Drive MA reminder. Your bill for $6.99 is due. So there's all different variations of this text message going out, impersonating all different toll services. Every week there's a new version. It's kind of wild. Supposedly there's a lot of groups behind this. I've heard that there's Russian groups behind it. I've heard there's Chinese groups behind it. I mean, who knows what's true right now, but whoever it is sending out a lot of text messages. They have a lot of resources, and they're sending out a lot of text messages. Here's the warning that came in from the N-Way Thruway. They released, they created this poster. It's a little blurry, but this poster shows what the scam text message looks like, and then it shows what a real text message would have looked like. Yeah, so we got to watch out for this scam. It's extremely common right now. Everybody's reporting them to me. Just to give you another idea, here's some of the older examples of the original version of this one. Right, so this is the original version of this text message that you can see on my screen. All different states: California toll services, North Carolina toll services, Illinois, Ohio, Virginia, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Florida. And in this original version, it would say a small toll is due, but then it would threaten you with fines 10 times as high if you didn't pay. But you can see they follow the same narrative. They include a link that they try to make it look real, but it's fake. It links to a fake website. Just to give you an example, here's Washington. Washington, My Good to Go toll services. Our records indicate that your vehicle has an unpaid toll invoice. To avoid additional charges of $66, please sell your balance of $6. And it has a link to a fake website that it sounds legit, but it's not. It links to mygoodtogotoll.com. And if you go there, this is what the fake website's going to look like. It'll look legit. It'll look like the real website. It'll use the same colors. It'll use the same logo. You click payment, and you're actually giving your credit card details to a scammer. So that's how this unpaid toll scam works. And right now, it's mainly by text message, but like we mentioned earlier, any scams that go through text message, they could easily be modified to go through email too. So be suspicious of emails, but especially text messages right now. There's so many text messages of this road toll scam going around. Next scam we're going to talk about is tech support scams. We talked a little bit about them during the red flag conversation and also during the scam headlines. A lot of seniors fall for this one. A lot of older folks fall for this. So, yeah, it's an important one. If you're just joining us, hit that like button, click the heart, say hello in the chat. Just trying to spread awareness about scams so you can protect yourself and your loved ones. We got 2 streams going, a vertical stream and a widescreen stream, so feel free to join each one. Got some chat happening in both. If you're not subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, please subscribe. The more subscribers and likes we get, the more the algorithm will share our content. And that's our goal, is spread awareness about these scams so you can protect yourself and your loved ones. You can also visit scamaware101.com and sign up for our email list. It's free. We'll send you reminders about these live streams. We'll also send you some scam awareness tips. But even if you just click that thumbs up, click the heart, it's appreciated. All right, so let's talk about our next scam here. Tech support scams. So I have a lot of examples of this scam to share with you. It's important that your loved ones be aware of this scam. How a tech support scam works is usually a fake pop-up happens that says you're infected with a virus. You'll be browsing the internet, minding your own business, and then boom, you get a pop-up. Warning, you're infected. Call this number for tech support. Call this number for help removing the virus. Right? It's a scam. It's a trick. Real virus alerts won't have a phone number to call on them. How this scam works is they try to scare you into calling that phone number. When you call that phone number, you're actually calling a scammer. The scammer will impersonate tech support. It'll impersonate somebody who's trying to help you, but it's actually a scammer trying to get onto your PC. So what will happen is you'll call this number. The scammer will say, oh, let me help you remove that virus. I'm going to connect to your PC. And once you let them on, they're going to steal all your personal information, your files. They're going to get access to your bank accounts. It's not going to be good. You never want to let these scammers on your computer. And this is why these tech support scams are one of the most dangerous out right now, because part of the playbook is to connect to your computer, right, and get access to as many of your accounts as possible. And these scammers are particularly ruthless. They won't stop with one account. Once they get your money from one account, they're going to keep on going to another account, and they're going to bleed the victim dry. And unfortunately, a lot of older folks are victims of this. You know, they see the virus alert pop up, so they get scared and they call the number. And they leave their guard down because they think they're calling tech support too. That's why this scam is also so successful, is people call the scammer, which is different. Usually it's a scammer calling you or emailing you. But in this case, people are calling the number not realizing they're calling a scammer. So they let their guard down. You know, they're not thinking, oh, I'm talking to a scammer. You know, they called the number. So anyway, these tech support scams, you got to watch out for them. I have a bunch of examples of this scam to share with you. We're going to start off with some generic versions of these pop-ups that you might see, and then we're going to get to some of the more convincing ones. So here's the first example. Right, you might get a pop-up just looks like this. Big scary red letters, 5 viruses detected, warning, exclamation point. Call us immediately. And it lists a whole bunch of scary stuff that might be going on, right? System crashing, file deletion, theft of personal data, Wi-Fi loss, infections on your other devices. But contact us now so our expert engineers can remove the threats, right? But this is a scam. This isn't a real virus alert. The point is to trick you into calling that number, and that's when you're going to reach one of these call centers that we mentioned earlier that has scammers sitting there waiting for your call. All right, so you call this number, you get connected to a scammer, and they're going to try to connect to your PC, under the false story that they're trying to help you with the viruses. Here's another example of a pop-up. Again, follows the same theme. All capital, red, warning, check your computer now, right? It lists a whole bunch of data exposed to risk. It says your credit card details, your email passwords, your Facebook, your private photos, right? For assistance on how to remove potential viruses, call this number immediately. But if you call the number, it's going to be a scammer. Let's take a look at the next example of one of these tech support pop-ups. Warning, big red letters, right? They follow a theme. They try to be scary. Big exclamation point. Your computer may be infected. To remove viruses, call tech support online now. Right? That has a number there. But you're actually calling a call center that's full of scammers. They'll impersonate tech support and they'll say they're going to help you, but the real goal is to get onto your PC and then steal all your money, access your online banking, and bleed you dry. So those are just some of the more generics. Actually, on the top of this one, you can see the address bar too. So like, if you're more familiar with computers, you can see little things where it's like, all right, I know this is fake. But if you're someone that's not really, computer literate, and you get one of these pop-ups, it's scary. Big red letters, exclamation points. Oh my God, my computer's infected. I'm gonna lose everything. And they call the number. But anyway, those are a couple of generic examples of these tech support scam pop-ups. But let me show you some more convincing ones. Here's some Windows, some ones that impersonate Windows software, which is another important point. Everybody's vulnerable to this type of scam, whether you're using a Windows operating system or Mac OS. Even if you're on your Android device or your iPhone device, these pop-ups can still occur. And everybody's vulnerable because it's going to show you a phone number to call. You call that number, you're getting pulled into the scam. But here's some more convincing pop-ups that you might get. This one looks like a McAfee virus alert. And it's pretty convincing. It uses the same colors. It uses the logo. Call McAfee helpline. It has a 800 number there. But the 800 number isn't McAfee. It's a scammer. It's one of these call centers. And again, if you're familiar with computers, you can see at the top that there's an address bar and it's a website that's doing this pop-up. But for someone that really has another way around a computer, especially if they have McAfee antivirus, this can be very convincing to someone. And they'll call that number, they get connected to a scammer, they let them on their PC, and it's a problem. Next example, this one impersonates Norton by Symantec. System critically infected. If you're not able to click on this button, immediately contact support. So something that's kind of funny about this pop-up is it says if you're not able to click on this button, immediately contacting support. But the pop-up is designed so if you try to click on a button, nothing's going to happen. So it's like the whole point is for you to try to click on a button, nothing happens, and then you see this to call support. But again, you call that number, it's going to connect you to a call center full of scammers that are going to try to steal your money. They'll impersonate Norton and Symantec. They'll say they're with support and they're going to help you, but they're actually a scammer. Again, this is known as tech support scam. It's a very dangerous scam. A lot of people have been falling for it. A lot of older folks and lots of money have been lost due to this specific scam. Every week we usually see a headline that involves some kind of tech support scam like this. Some more examples of a tech support scam targeting Windows. This one impersonates Windows Defender. Right? It has the same colors as Windows Defender, the blue colors, and it has Microsoft's logo right there. And it has a pop-up listing a whole bunch of scary things that are going to happen if you don't call this number, right? It says that the following data has been compromised: email credentials, banking passwords, Facebook login, pictures and documents. And that says contact Windows support. But, of course, the phone number is actually going to call a scammer. It's not Windows support. They'll impersonate Windows support, but it's not. And here's one more example of Windows tech support scam that's targeting Windows users. Again, it impersonates Windows Defender. Same colors, Microsoft logo. What the pop-up says, access to this PC has been blocked for security reasons. Contact Windows support. Has an 800 number there. But it's not going to call Windows. It's going to call a scammer. So those are some Windows versions of these fake pop-ups. But, like I said, everybody's vulnerable to this type of attack, this type of scan. Because here are some pop-ups that target Mac users. Mac and Apple users, right? So this one targets Safari specifically. Follows the same theme, big scary red letters, virus found, your Mac computer has 13 infections, please call tech support as soon as possible. It lists all the scary stuff that's compromised now, that's at risk, your credit card, your email, your Facebook, your private photos and sensitive files. Your webcam could be accessed remotely by hackers, but technicians are standing by to provide you free diagnosis and assistance. But if you call that number, it could be a scammer. So this one targets Mac and Apple users. It's got the Safari logo there. There's another one. Targets Apple users. Warning, macOS is infected with viruses and other malicious applications. Call Apple support. And then you call that number to go impersonate Apple Care, but it's a scammer. They're going to try to take your money, get onto your computers, get into your bank accounts, and take everything you got. And here's one more example of a tech support fake virus alert pop-up targeting Mac users. Similar to the last one, right? It's got the Apple logo right there. And it's impersonating the Apple helpline. They'll call 1-800. But it's not. You'll get a scammer. macOS is infected with spyware and other malicious applications. Spyware must be removed and system damage repaired. It's necessary to call Apple support. But it's not Apple support. They're trying to trick you into calling a scammer. And these pop-ups are going to happen. I see them a lot. I get these pop-ups all the time. Because what happens is the scammers, they'll buy ads. They'll buy ads right on Google, or they'll buy ads on like Facebook or other social media platforms. Right? They'll buy ads and then forward you to these fake pop-ups. You know, it's happening. They're getting past any security that's in place. They're getting past it, and they're just injecting these ads. And the same thing for ad providers on a website. You might be on a regular old website, a trustworthy website that you use all the time, but their ad provider inserts an ad and happens to be one of these pop-ups. Yeah, so anybody's susceptible to getting these pop-ups. Doesn't matter what type of device you're using. And scammers always find a way to kind of make these pop-ups appear, whether it's purchasing ads, or hacking websites. They'll hack websites and just add their pop-ups to the websites. So yeah, that's known as a tech support scam, because the whole point is they trick you into thinking you have a virus. You think you're calling tech support. You're actually calling a scammer. Very common scam. Be aware of it. Watch out. The next scam we're going to talk about, by the way, anybody here, click the heart. Give us a thumbs up if you're just joining us. Click the like. Subscribe. Could use as much subscribers and likes as we could get. Help spread awareness. We do this live stream every week, every Thursday. Discussing the latest scams, showing you examples, letting you know what to be aware of to protect yourself and your loved ones. Next scam we're going to talk about is a fake order scam. This one's extremely common right now. It's important to be aware of this one. Bringing up my examples here. All right, so fake order scams. This is probably like this. I'd say probably one of the third most common scams going around right now. Victims receive a fake notification that an order was made under their account. When the victim calls to dispute the fake order, they are connected to a scammer who attempts to steal their personal and financial information. Now, think about these fake order scams. Right now, people are getting phone calls about these fake order scams. People are getting text messages about these fake order scams. People are getting emails. They're being attacked from all angles. These scammers are utilizing all those different ways to reach new victims. So you might get a phone call that claims you have an order, that you placed an order that you didn't place. You might get a text message that claims you placed an order that you didn't place. You might get an email that claims you placed an order you didn't place. All right? That's why you need to be aware of this one. And it's tricky because the item that they claim was ordered could be anything. Some examples, they claim an iPhone was ordered. Some examples, they claim a PlayStation was ordered. Right? The vendor could be anybody with these fake order scams. We have some examples where they claim it was Walmart. We have some examples where they claim it was Amazon. Right? So the initial contact with victims, it can really claim any item was purchased from any vendor it was purchased. The whole point is it's a fake order notification. It's to trick the victim into disputing the order. And what it'll do is it will say, call this number to dispute the order, or if it's a phone call, it'll say press 1 to dispute the order. The whole point is they're trying to get you to be connected with a scammer that's impersonating customer support. Right? And we have plenty of examples of this scam right now to share with you, actually. So first, let's start with a text message. And multiple people reported this text message to me. Apple approval notice. We have noticed your Apple iCloud ID was recently used at an Apple store for $143, paid by Apple Pay pre-authorization. Right? And then it says, you scroll down a little bit more, if not you, talk to an Apple representative. Call this number immediately to cancel the charge. right? The whole point of this text message is to scare the person to think, wait a minute, I didn't do that charge. Someone used my Apple Pay to make that purchase. That's not me. I got to dispute it. I got to call that number and dispute it. But when you call that number, you're going to be talking to a scammer. It's not going to be Apple support. So this is similar to how the tech support scam we just discussed works. The whole idea is to trick the victim into calling this phone number. So this is the text message version. And again, multiple people reported this exact same text to me. So this one's going around a lot right now. If you get a text message like this, report it as junk, delete it. Don't call a number. All right. So this is the text message version. But there's also phone call versions going around right now. And I actually have 2 examples to play for you right now. The first one, it impersonates Amazon and claims a MacBook Pro was purchased. Right. So let's take a listen to that one.
This call is to authorize the payment of $1,499 for the recent order of Apple MacBook Pro on your Amazon account. If you do not authorize this payment, please press 1 to speak to our customer support representative.
So that was the first example of a phone call that's going around. And basically what it is, it said that a $1,400 purchase of a MacBook Pro has been purchased under your Amazon account. And it says press 1 to dispute this charge. This was meant to be a phone call. This wasn't meant to be a voicemail. It was meant to be a phone call. So the idea is you pick it up. It says that a charge has been made that you didn't make, and they want you to press 1 to dispute the charge. If you press 1, you'll be connected to a scammer. And then the scammer is going to feed you this whole narrative. Your identity's been stolen. Someone's making purchases under your with your bank account, credit card details, right? And they're going to try to get your money. So that's one phone call example of a fake order scam. Okay, let me give you a second phone call example we have here of a fake order scam.
We are trying to contact you concerning an unverified purchase of PlayStation 5 Special Edition bundled with Pulse 3D headset being ordered from your Walmart account for an amount of $859.50. If you did not authorize this transaction or wish to cancel, please press 1 or return our call on same number at your earliest convenience.
So that recording, they claimed that you purchased a PlayStation under your Walmart account and press 1 to dispute the charge. Obviously, you didn't purchase the PlayStation, but people are going to press 1 to dispute the charge. They press 1, you're going to get connected to a scammer. So that's how a fake order notification works. They'll notify you by text, they'll notify you by phone, they'll notify you by email, but the whole point is to get you to call up to dispute that order. And then once they have you on the phone, they're going to proceed with their scam. So fake order scam itself is really just to pull in new victims, and then it evolves into a different scam once they have you on the phone. So we saw a text message version of a fake order scam. We listened to 2 recordings of a fake order scam phone call, right? But what about email? So we have a report from August last year, so a few months ago, of a woman that fell victim to this scam, unfortunately. And in her case, she was targeted with an email. And this article is interesting because it gives us additional details about this scam and how it progressed. And it gives us some more information that we usually don't get. So let me read this article about her experience and what this victim shared. A 23-year-old Lincoln woman reported losing $4,100 after falling victim to an identity fraud scam. The scam began on July 17th with an email claiming she had purchased an iPhone. The woman called the number provided in the email to dispute the purchase and was told she had multiple open accounts in her name across various states. She was informed someone was using her identity. Right? So there's more, but let's stop right there for a second. She received an email claiming she purchased an iPhone. That's the fake order notification. Right? She called the phone number in the email to dispute the purchase. That's all part of the scam. When she called that phone number, she thought she was calling the vendor, whoever, to cancel an iPhone purchase. She was actually calling a scammer. So this is an example of the email version of these fake order scams going around. And then once she got connected to the scammer, they went into that whole phantom hacker narrative. Somebody's stolen your identity, somebody's making purchases, somebody has access to your bank account. All right. So let's continue reading here and see see how it progressed. So she was informed someone was using her identity. According to police, scammers then connected the woman to a person posing as a CIA agent who instructed her to withdraw $3,600 from her bank account. The next day, she was directed to use money to purchase Walmart gift cards and send photos and receipts. Additionally, the woman sent another 500 cash cards as scammers. Lincoln Police reminds the community no government agency will demand money over the phone or via gift cards. Right. So there you go. This is a version of a tech support scam. It was it's a version of a fake order scam received by email. In this case, it claimed she purchased an iPhone. She called the number to dispute it, got connected to the scammers. Scammers went into the whole phantom hacker narrative. Somebody's stolen your identity. Somebody has access to your account. You need to move your money. Had her purchase gift cards. Red flag, right? We talked about that earlier in a red flag. So unless you pay with gift cards, don't do it. It's a red flag. If she was aware of that, that could have prevented the whole thing. That's one of those details where if people are aware of that, it could have saved them from all of this. You know. So gift cards, red flag. But anyway, that's the email version of a wrong number scam. Again, extremely common right now. Make sure your loved ones are aware of this. I just call it wrong number scam. Fake order scam, right? And again, be aware. We're being attacked from all angles. You know, fake order notifications are coming into text message. Fake order notifications are coming into email. Fake order notifications, you get phone calls about them. It's all part of these fake order scams. So be aware of it. Don't call a number to dispute it, right? You'll be connected to a scammer. All right, cool. So that concludes that batch of common scams that we were going to go over. Got a bunch more coming up too, but what we want to do now is actually show you some useful resources on the scamaware101.com website. So who's still with us? Click that heart. Click the like button if you haven't already. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. It looks like the West Coast is probably just getting out of work right now. It's 5:30 on the West Coast, so maybe we'll get some viewers from the West Coast joining us. Let us know where you're from in the chat. Say hello. Tell us how you found us. We want to hear your stories too. If you've been scammed, you know somebody that's been scammed, or even if you're being targeted by scams, let us know which scams you're being targeted by. You know, if you're getting all those annoying unpaid toll text messages, let us know. If you're getting targeted with any of the scams we're discussing, let us know. If you know someone's been targeted by them, we want to hear from you. All right, cool. So let's talk about some really useful resources on the scamaware101.com website. So we're really trying to build out our website to be a reference for scams, where we're building out a knowledge base, where we want to include all sorts of examples and explanations about how scams work. We're building out our tools and resources pages, where we're linking to software and some free resources, some paid resources, educational resources, all regarding scams and scam awareness. And also we have our mailing list on here. So if you haven't joined yet, join our mailing list. It's free, and we'll send you all good information, and we won't abuse it. You can always unsubscribe if you don't want to get it anymore. But let's talk about these tools and resources. So we recently just broke it down into multiple pages. Before we had one long page. It was getting too long. We were putting so many useful resources on here. It was getting too long. So you come to our website, scamaware101.com, and you click on tools and resources. I've broken down into two sections right now. I've probably broken down even more eventually. But right now we have it broken down into tools and services and educational resources. Right. So right now let's talk about the tools and services. The first four links on our tools and services page are data breach lookup tools. Right. All four of these lookups are free. It's free to do a lookup. They'll try to sell you something afterwards. They might try to sell you some dark web monitoring afterwards. Whatever. Doesn't matter. What's important here is that these four scans, you can click on each of these links and run a scan. It's free. And you can see what data breaches and what information of yours is being exposed. On the first link here, have I been pwned? What it does is you can put in your email address, and it will tell you any data breaches that your email address has been exposed in. And what this means is it tells you what information is being sold on the dark web about you. So what does this have to do with scams? Scammers have access to this information. They use this information that they have about you, that they purchased off the dark web, that's been involved in data breaches. They use this information about you to target you with more convincing scams. So, for example, the last 4 digits of your social security number may have been exposed in a data breach. A scammer will now contact you, maybe by email, by phone, and once they get a hold of you, they'll say, I'm with the Social Security Administration, and I'm calling you to confirm some billing information. We have the last 4 digits of your social security number to verify that we are who we are, right? So they'll provide the last 4 digits of your phone number. They might provide the last 4 digits of your bank account number. The point is that they'll provide personal information about you that you wouldn't expect someone to have. And they have that information because of these third parties that have been breached. These third parties that you've used, these third parties that have had your information stored, these services, stores, retailers. Last year was crazy with these data breaches. A bunch of people's medical information was breached. Most of the country's medical information was breached. Our social security numbers were breached. So all that information is being sold on the dark web. And what these 4 tools listed on our tools and services page here, again, they're 4 free tools. You could go, they're offered by a third party, trustworthy third party, and you could check which information has been exposed in these breaches. The first one, you could check your email address. The second one, you could check your email address and you could check your phone number. So check both, because each might have different results, right? A couple new links here that I just added. Malwarebytes digital footprint. It'll tell you what personal information has been exposed in these breaches, and it'll also show you some passwords that are being exposed. And that's important to know, because if you might be using those passwords somewhere else, meanwhile, they're openly being sold on the dark web. Someone is going to have access to your accounts that use that password. So you run these scans, and it'll at least give you a bunch of warnings about what information about you is out there, what information has been breached, what information is being sold, right? And then you can always, if you want, you can continue down a link and purchase whatever service they're offering. But the main point is run these scans and see what information is out there about you in the first place. This way you know. This way you're aware. You need to be aware of this stuff. I recently did one of these scans on my own email addresses. I found out one of my newer passwords is now being used. So I had to go change a bunch of passwords. So they're constantly breaching accounts, and this is how you could keep yourself aware of it without having monitoring, at least. So that's under our resources, tools and services page. First 4 links. Again, click on each one and run a scan on your email address and your phone number if it allows. It's important to know what's out there about you. The next section, our tools and resources, tools and services page, some security software. And in this case, full disclosure, we actually got approved as an affiliate for some of these services. But I wouldn't list them if I didn't believe in them. And I've used a bunch of these and I trust them. Right? So starting off with NordPass Premium. You need to use different passwords across accounts. It's important. If one account gets breached, it's important that that password isn't being used in other places, because the scammers will use that password and they'll try it. They'll try it against your bank accounts. They'll try it against your other services. So the point is you need to have different passwords across accounts. Right? You don't use the same password on multiple accounts. To keep track of that all, you need a password manager. NordPass is one of the best password managers out there. I highly recommend it. It's very good. I signed up as an affiliate, and I picked the best deal that they made available to affiliates, and I put the link here. So if you're going to use a password manager, if you're going to use NordPass, use my link. You'll save 56%, and you'll get 3 extra months. In fact, let me show you. We'll click that link right now. I'll tell you right now how much it's going to be. It's so low. You end up getting 27 months for a total of $34.83. So you get over 2 years for $35, right? So that's with my link, though. So if you're going to use NordPass, you need a password manager. $35, you get it for 2 years. Just make sure to click my link, and you'll get that deal. Again, it's under resources and the tools and services page. We also have a link to NordVPN. It's got a good deal there, too. The thing about NordVPN is they include NordPass with it. So if you want to get a VPN, NordVPN is very good. It's the VPN I use. Never had any issues with it. But if you get the... First of all, use my link, you'll get like 72% off. But if you get the Plus version, that actually includes the password manager with it too. Right? So if you're looking for a VPN, go with NordVPN and definitely go with Plus because that'll include the password manager. And by using my link, you get 2 years of NordVPN for $105. That's a Plus version. That includes the password manager. If you don't want the password manager, you just want the cheapest, the cheapest version you get, just the VPN, use my link, $81 for 2 years. Not bad, right? It comes out to like $40 a year. You see on my screen. But again, I recommend the Plus because you get the password manager too. So $105, 2 years. By using my link on the resources, tools and resources page. We also have a link here to Delete Me. And this will help remove information about you off of the public internet. It's not going to help you with the dark web, but, you Google your name and you see all these random websites popping up with personal information about you, like Spokeo and websites like that. And Delete Me, the service Delete Me, they monitor it for a year and they remove you from those sites. So, again, it doesn't help you with your information being sold on the dark web, but it at least gets a lot of your basic information off of these websites on the public internet. Use my link at 20% off. These guys are a little bit pricey, in my opinion, but they force you to sign up for a year. Right, so you sign up for a year, get 20% off. What does it end up being? 1 year, one person. Right? They have the one they're making stick out has 2 people. No, that you don't need 2. You get the one person right here. And it's being $103 a year. And that's with 20% off. So they force you to get a year. They monitor all the websites for a year. They remove your information if you keep on popping up. And then we got Malwarebytes Premium, right? Because Malwarebytes is awesome. We have the free version down here as well under it. But the free version only lets you run scans. It's not real-time protection. If you want real-time protection, you go with Malwarebytes Premium. I've got a link here, 25% off. So if you're looking to have the premium version of Malwarebytes, use my link, and you'll get a year for $38. Not bad price for to pay antivirus. Oh, and if you go to leave, it'll give you an extra 25% off. So there you go. But anyway, use my link if you go to upgrade Malwarebytes and you want the paid version that has real-time protection. So those affiliate links, they're also under our tools and services page. But we also have a bunch of free software as well here. One of those that we just recently added, so this one's new this week, is the Malwarebytes Browser Guard. And this is what I actually have enabled right now on my browser. And I was using it earlier to bring up all the third-party headlines pages, all those news websites that we always get pop-ups and ads on. It did a pretty good job, right? If you were still here earlier from that, you saw it did a good job. But that's actually a free browser extension by Malwarebytes. It's called Malwarebytes Browser Guard. So right here under the security and privacy software section, free, that link, it'll take you right to their free browser guard. And then you can click on whatever your browser is to install a plugin. So you got Chrome right here, Firefox, Edge, Safari, Telegram. But anyways, free browser, free ad blocking plugin. I've been using it. It's been working for me. I'll put the link under resources for you. Then we got the link to Malwarebytes free, right? So it's not real-time protection, but if your computer's running slow, you think you might be infected with something, here's the link to the free version that you can download, and you can scan your computer. It's in my opinion, it's one of the best virus removal, malware removal software out there. Especially it is free as well, so that's great. And then we got a link to Bitdefender Antivirus, the free version, which I put this link here just if you're just using your built-in antivirus, you really should have a professional third-party antivirus installed. And Bitdefender is a good one. It's free. A little rough on resources, but it's good. It'll nag you every now and then to upgrade, but you can just close it. But not only does it protect you from viruses, like what you download and try to run, it monitors the websites you're visiting. So like when you go to Google it'll have these green check marks next to the safe websites. And if you go to access a website that's detected as malicious, it'll block it. So it's extra protection. It's better than just having your standard, your default antivirus that came with your PC. So Bitdefender antivirus is free. It's a free version, right? You get more. I mean, from what I heard, in my opinion, it's pretty much as good as any other paid antivirus. So that's Bitdefender antivirus. Got the link right there. Our tools and services page. We also add this additional section now. So this is new this week too. This one section here on our resources, software and resources page. We have a few reverse image lookup sites to use for romance scams, pretty much. You can use them for other scams too, but romance scams is a big one. The reverse image lookup, what it does is it lets you take a picture of somebody, you put it in reverse image lookup, and it'll search the internet to see where else that picture was used. So in a lot of these romance scams, they'll send you a fake picture of someone. They'll steal someone's picture, and they'll be impersonating that person. But what you could do, you go to one of these reverse, you should use all four, you go to these reverse image lookups, you upload the picture of them, and you'll see if it's being used on any other profiles, which indicates that it's probably stolen. It's you're not talking to the person they're claiming to be because they found the picture elsewhere, right? So we link to TinEye, is the one service. That's one of the most popular ones. It's free. TinEye reverse image search. Then we link to Bing visual search because Bing includes this type of image search. We have a link here to Google image search because Google also has this type of image search. And then we also link to Social Catfish, which this is one of our affiliate links. And what happens is if you use this, it'll do a search for you, and then it'll offer you a more advanced search if you join. But we've heard very good things about Social Catfish. They also offer consulting services too. So if you're concerned you're talking to a catfish, somebody pretending that they're someone they aren't, they'll actually investigate it for you too. They have services like that. So we have the link there to use their reverse image lookup and also find out more information about them. So that's a new section that we added to our resources, our tools and software page. Then we have the links to scan websites, right? We got 3 links here where you can pop in a website and see if there's any ratings or reviews for it, if it's been marked as unsafe or dangerous to visit. We got Norton Safe Web. They'll tell you if there's any bad reviews or ratings. We got Google Safe Browsing. That's the one that tells you if it's unsafe. But then we also have Virus Total. So that will tell you if there's any malware or breaches detected for a website. And then these are fun, but I'll save this for. We have links to some scam report lookup tools. Now these are awesome because they actually BBB has a scam tracker tool and AARP has a scam tracker map. It'll actually show you reports coming in for all these different scams throughout the country. So it's pretty cool. We'll go over that one in a little bit. But I think we need to get into some more scams now because we do have a bunch more scams that I want to go over and give you some examples of. But anyway, yeah, lots of good stuff under tools and services. Scamaware101.com. That's on our website. We're going to continue updating this. Any affiliate links we have here, you could trust them. We wouldn't put something up here that we didn't believe in. And we try to be clear, the ones that say special offer that, let you know their affiliate links. Funny note, the ad blocker on here, the Malwarebytes browser guard, the free one that I've been using, it actually blocks my affiliate links. So if you install this plugin and then you click one of my affiliate links, it's going to block it unless you say continue anyway, which is kind of funny, but it just shows you how it works though. It blocks ads and blocks affiliate links. All right, cool. How we doing out there? Check the chat, see what's going on. Looks like we've got some more viewers. Thanks for joining. Thanks for saying hi. Just catching up on the chat here. Demonstrate the lookup tools using that passport and investment scam I sent you. I mean, we give it a try. Why not? Give me 1 second here. Let me screenshot that. That's a good idea. So what Katie's recommending is, in one of our examples, we had a passport that somebody included as part of a scam. And we're going to use a reverse image lookup to see if it detects that passport image anywhere else. Let me just screenshot that. It'll be interesting to see if it gets it. Okay, I'm just screenshotting it right now. What do you think, Katie? You think it'll find anything? I don't think it'll find anything, but it's worth a try. All right, got the image of the passport screenshotted. Okay, so the first one we'll try is Tin Eye. So I went to Software Services, or Tools and Services page, clicked on Tin Eye. Gotta drag the passport PNG here like it says. Give it a minute to do its thing. Nope, 0 matches on Tin Eye. All right, so next one we'll check. We'll do Bing Visual Search. Next. All right, you go there. It says drag an image here. So we'll drag the passport image. So this one's interesting. It found a bunch of similar looking passports in general, but not this one specifically. But it picked up a lot of other passports because of the similarity. Yeah, I'm not seeing this one exact match. But that gives you a good example of how this works. All right, let's check. We'll do Google next here. Okay, so Google image search. Drag an image. So this one found some similar looking passports, but not an identical one. Still a good example of how to use a image search. And then, we'll do social catfish. I think they might force us to email or pay, but let me see how that one goes. Let's do social catfish. All right, uploading that passport image. We'll see how it goes. I see John recommended a few more. I'll get those added to the website for next week, and maybe we'll test those out next week. All right, so we'll let social catfish do its thing. It does a whole bunch of other scans. I think ultimately they're probably going to try to charge us for results, or they might have us email the results. So. Which I'm not going to go down that whole route. But anyway, it was a good example of how TinEye works, how Bing image search works, and how Google image search works. Yeah, good idea, Katie. Obviously you could always Google that guy's name too and see what comes up. I bet you if you Google his name, a bunch of other people reporting the same scam will probably come up. All right, cool. So let's get started on some other common scams. I'll keep on checking back with social catfish. Still going. Yeah, next scam we're going to go over is going to be a grandparent scam. Let me get that slide up. Social catfish still running. So grandparent scams. Scammers impersonate a distressed relative, often claiming to be in jail, and request immediate financial help. Victims, usually seniors, act quickly to assist the loved ones. Yeah, so grandparent scams. This one's pretty bad. These scammers, they call these innocent older folks and they scare them and tell them that their loved ones are in jail. They'll impersonate a police officer, they'll impersonate court personnel, they'll impersonate bail bondsmen, and they'll bleed the senior dry of all their money. It's pretty bad. So we actually have a recording to show you. Oh, social catfish is still going. We actually have a recording to show you. One of these scam baiters, they hacked into the webcam of one of these grandparent scammers, and he actually recorded the scam in progress, of one of these grandparent scams. And it's an awesome video. It really gives you a peek behind the scenes about what's going on. So let me bring up that video here for us to watch. We'll check social catfish one more time. Still going. Oh, I'm sure it'll be done once our grandparent scam video is done. So take a look at this video. This is an actual scammer whose webcam got hacked and was recorded while trying to perform a grandparent scam on somebody. Big so you can see it. my mic up to it. There you go.
Oh.
Mom, I had a car accident.
Huh?
I had a car accident, Mom.
Is this Linda?
It's me, Linda.
Where are you?
I got a car accident.
What happened?
I'm gonna put the officer on. I got arrested.
You got arrested?
Hi, ma'am.
Yes.
Hi, are you Linda's mom?
Yes.
What I'm gonna need you to do is grab a pen and paper and write down Linda's case number, ma'am. I need you to hurry up, please, ma'am.
Case number?
It's the number 2.
2?
The letter B as in boy. Can you read that back to me?
2 B.
Now, I'm gonna read what's going on, ma'am, okay?
Okay.
Linda was involved in a car accident. It was stated in the police report. She admitted that was her fault. While she was driving, she was using her phone. That's what caused the accident, ma'am, okay?
Oh, man.
The woman that was driving the other vehicle was 7 months pregnant. We had to rush her into the nearby hospital. She might lose her baby.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, we actually confiscated her cell phone for legal evidence, so she cannot receive or cannot make calls. This is going to be her only last call. Are you with me, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Now, she actually wrote a note down here saying that she didn't want anyone to know about this. Let's honor her wish for right now because it's too much for her right now. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
What I'm going to need you to do, ma'am, is stay by the phone and wait for the lawyer to call, okay?
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye, ma'am.
All right, bye.
The next.
So that video is fascinating. That's actually a grandparent scammer whose webcam got hacked and was recorded while doing a grandparent scam. Now, the good news is the guy that recorded this and got to a webcam, he was able to contact the victim and warn her before she had her money stolen. So the senior lady, in that recording, she didn't lose any money, luckily. But this gives you a peek behind the scenes of what's going on with these grandparent scams. And there were so many interesting things to discuss in this video, right? First thing that you notice is this scammer impersonated the daughter who was supposedly in the accident and the police officer. He starts off by crying in the phone, and it sounds like he's using some voice changing too. But he impersonates the daughter, and then he immediately switches over and impersonates a police officer. When he impersonates the police officer, you could hear police scanner chat in the background. So he's playing a recording of police scanner sounds to make it sound more legit, like it's actually a police station, right? Then there was the red flag where he asked for secrecy, right? Did you notice that where he said, and your daughter's embarrassed about this, so she asked you not to tell anybody, let's respect her wishes, right? That's the red flag where he's asking for secrecy, okay? And then also notice how he said that they confiscated daughter's phone. He says this so the victim doesn't try to contact the daughter to confirm whether or not she's actually in jail. So it's a very detailed scam. Now this guy is only the opener, right? There's actually closers involved too. So he opened the scam, and now he ended the call by saying, stand by your phone, and I think he said the prosecutors or lawyers are going to call you back, right? Now what he does is he hands this off to other scammers, and those scammers are known as closers, right? So what we just watched was the opener, right? And unfortunately, I don't have a video of the closer, but the closer is who tries to get the money from the victim. So this scammer that we just watched, he's actually located in the Dominican Republic. So, but let me know what you think of that video. I mean, I think it's great. It gives you a peek behind the scenes of what's going on with some of these scammers. So click the heart, click the thumbs up. Let us know what you think of that video. Also, let's bear with me a sec. Also, we have a news article about this specific scam and what was going on in the Dominican Republic. That's right, Sam Tam, I agree. He certainly is. Certainly is. Sorry, just answering the chat here. So, again, that video was of a scammer in the Dominican Republic. And what's interesting is we actually have a news article here about a grandparent scammer ring in the Dominican Republic that got busted. Don't know if it's the same guy or not. Hope it was, because he deserves to get busted. But here's this news article. NJ Federal Court charges 3 additional Dominicans a grandparent scam. They were appearing in Newark, New Jersey court. They were extradited from the Dominican Republic. And they were actually among 11 Dominican nationals charged in a 19-count indictment filed in New Jersey. And according to the indictment, the conspirators engaged in a long-running grandparent or family in need of bail scam against hundreds of seniors across the United States, including New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. One of them was alleged to have led a network of call centers, right? Because we spoke about this earlier. There's scammers in call centers. This is what they do all day long. Scamming people from these call centers. So this guy led one of the call centers. As detailed in court filings, member of the conspiracy referred to as openers, now that's who we just watched. We just watched an opener, called elderly victims in the United States and impersonated the victim's children, grandchildren, or other close relatives. The call centers used technologies to make it appear that the calls were coming from inside the United States. Typically, the victim was told that their granddaughter had been in a car accident, was arrested in connection with that accident, and needed help. Right? So that's exactly what we listened to right now. Once the openers tricked victims into believing their loved ones were in dire trouble, other workers at the call center, known as closers, allegedly impersonated defense attorneys, police officers, or court personnel and convinced victims to provide thousands of dollars in cash to help their loved ones. The cash was typically retrieved by couriers. We talked about that earlier too. Now they send couriers to retrieve cash. So yeah, this article gives us a lot of details about that scam. I'm curious if it was the same ring that got busted or not, because this was the Dominican Republic. The video we just watched was from the Dominican Republic. Yeah. So anyway, that's a grandparent scam. It's important to watch out for these. Make sure your loved ones are aware of it. As far as protecting yourself from these scams, I mean, it's a shame it's come down to this, but it's actually recommended that you have like a passcode with your family. This way, they have some way to indicate whether or not you really were arrested. It's kind of wild, but that's what they recommend. So anyway, that's a grandparent scam. Make sure you're aware of it. Hello to anybody that just joined. Thank you for joining our live stream. We do this every week, our Scamware 101 live stream. Our goal is to just spread awareness about these scams. We believe that awareness is key to preventing these scams, and together we can make a difference. And you could help by liking, clicking the thumbs up, liking our content, following us on social media, subscribing to our YouTube channel. All that stuff's help. All those little tiny actions there help our content show up more. The algorithm sees more subscribers, and it'll show our content to newer people. So click that like button, click that thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can also join our free mailing list on our website, scamaware101.com. And we send out reminders about these live streams. We'll send out scam awareness tips. We don't send you junk mail. You can unsubscribe at any time if you want to, but we won't abuse the privilege. So sign up for our email list. It's free, and make sure to confirm your email, because you got to get an email. Might go to junk folder, just to confirm your email address. So, and say hi in the chat. It's your first time coming to one of our live streams. Again, we do this every Thursday. Click that heart, click the like button, and say hi in the chat. Let's check up on this reverse image search from Social Catfish. It's still going. Okay. Well, we'll continue into some more of these scam examples, right? So that was a grandparent scam. Okay, hold on. So Social Catfish just finished. Yeah, they make you email to unlock the result. I'm not going to go through all that right now. But according to this, it found 45 possible matches. But anyway, that's how Social Catfish works. You pop in your email, you'll get the results in your email. But anyway, all right, back to our scam examples here. Next, we're going to talk about a wrong number scam. Extremely common. If you've ever wondered why you get so many text messages that are wrong numbers, it's because it's a scam. It's a very, very popular scam too. And the beauty of it is people don't even realize it's a scam. So we released a video about this scam. It's actually our most popular video. It got 98,000 views. I don't know if that's considered viral or not, but compared to the rest of our videos, that's viral. Most of our videos are lucky to crack 1,000 views, and this one hit 98,000. So a lot of people saw this wrong number scam video. And it's on our YouTube channel, so you can check that out. But let's talk about these wrong number scams. So scammers will send messages, text messages, claiming they've reached the wrong number to initiate a conversation. Right? Over time, they manipulate the victim for money or personal details. So what am I talking about? All right. So a wrong number scam can start in any kind of way. It just starts with a random text message. The text message can start out as simple as, "Excuse me, is this Emma?" Or, "Hey Anna, I'm Josie." Or it could just simply say, "Hi." Right? So the point is, it wants you to reply. And once you reply, they're going to claim, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got a wrong phone number." And they're going to start asking your personal details. And that's known as a wrong number scam. So let me show you some examples of how these conversations will typically go. And again, just to be clear, the reason why it's called a wrong number scam is because you get a text message, they claim it's from a wrong number, but they're just trying to reach new victims. They're trying to get you to reply. They want you to reply and say, "Oh, it's a wrong number." Because that tells them, one, you read the message. They'll target you with more scams. But two, it gives them an opening to continue this conversation, which is what they'll do. And let me show you some examples of that. So here's one example. In this case, it started with, "I'm Margaret. Are you Lillian?" Person replies back, "I'm Izzy." The scammer says, "I'm really sorry. I made a mistake. Put the wrong number in. Hope I didn't disturb you." Right? Izzy replies back, "That's okay." At that point, the conversation should end. But the scammer tries to continue the conversation. "Thank you for your understanding and patience. You're a kind person. I hope you have a good day today. I'm 36 years old. Would you mind telling me your age?" This is how you know it's a wrong number scam. If you're going to continue the conversation, at this point, there's no reason to continue the conversation. It's been established it's a wrong number. But the scammer continues and they start asking you information about yourself, including your age. Right? They're going to ask your age, they're going to ask your name, they're going to ask where you're located. So this is one example of how a conversation, wrong number scam will go. Here's another example. This one opens up with, "Have a cup of coffee together." So of course the person says, "Who is this?" That's when the scammer comes back. "I got your number from Laura, Zoe." They give you some fake, story. Say, "Yeah, it's a wrong number." Conversation should stop at that point. But it's a wrong number scam. The conversation is not going to stop. The scammer's going to keep on replying and try to get more information about you. "I'm sorry, I thought this was Laura's number. I think I dialed the wrong number by area code. I hope I'm not bothering you." They try to be nice. No, have a good day." They keep on going. "Thank you for your kindness. I just realized I entered wrong. Where are you from?" Right? So now they're asking where you're from. So last example, they start off by asking your age. This one's asking where you're from. All right. Here's another example. In this case, they actually knew my buddy's name, but he has no idea who this person was. And this is just an example. A completely random person pretending that they reached out to you. But here's some more examples of wrong number conversation. And this one was actually one that came to me and a friend. Right? And we continue the conversation to use in our videos and on our live stream here. So get a random message, "Hi." Right? So we reply back, "Hi, who's this?" Just acting like anybody else would. Right? The scammer replies back, "I'm Karina. Are you David? We met last week at Linda's party." There's the BS story they give you. And, you reply back, "Hi, sorry, you had the wrong phone number." Okay? Should stop at that point. Of course, they reply, "Oh my gosh, I checked and found out I entered the wrong area code." A lot of times that's what they'll say. They'll say I entered the wrong area code. "I hope this doesn't bother you." Okay, we reply back. "That's okay. No problem. Whatever." Conversation should stop if it was really wrong number, but they continue it. "Thank you very much. You are a very friendly and polite person. I hope we can be friends. Nice to meet you. My name is Karina. What can I call you?" Right? So now they're asking the name. And those are typically the three things they're going to start off asking. They're asking location, like in that example. They're going to ask your age, like in that example. And in this case, they're asking your name. And based on your name, they can usually figure out what sex you are, right? So we decided to mess with them. We replied Pat because we figured that could be a woman or a man, right? So we replied Pat. And then they reply back, you have a beautiful name. I'm from Malaysia, currently living in Los Angeles. Where do you live, right? And at that point, we cut off the conversation. It's good enough as an example we wanted to share with you, right? So what does this lead up to, right? That's actually a common question. When I uploaded this video, a lot of people in the comments were like, but what's the scam? So the point of the wrong number scam is to initiate conversation with new victims, right? So it'll start off with a wrong number scam like this, but then once contact is initiated, it evolves into a different scam. And that different scam could vary. In most cases, it will lead up to a pig butchering scam, which is just another way to say an investment scam, right? They try to befriend you. They'll probably invite you over to WhatsApp to continue a conversation. And eventually they're going to try to get you in on investment. They'll say how they're involved in investment and they make all this money and yada, 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 right? So a lot of times it'll lead up to an investment scam. Other times it can lead up to a romance scam. And in fact, here's another example that came to me. So this was an example of a wrong number scam that was sent to me. And in this case, it opens up with, hi, Byron, I'm Jane. Obviously, I'm not Byron, right? The text message came in at 1:58 p.m. I didn't answer it. I know it's a wrong number scam, right? Exactly 4 hours later at 5:58 p.m., sends another text. Have you gotten the pictures I sent, right? So first of all, this is probably a bot and it's probably automated. But in this case, I would suspect it's going to lead up to a romance scam or an investment scam. It's actually kind of interesting how it'll start off with they'll send you a picture of an attractive woman like this, and you'll think it's going to be a romance scam. But as you befriend the fake woman, a lot of times the narrative might switch to, I have a boyfriend and I invest in all this and that. And then she tries to pitch you on the investment. So it really could go either way. Usually it's typically a pig butchering investment scam or a romance scam. But yeah. In this case, when we posted the video, a lot of people said they got the exact same text message, the exact same picture. Because they'll use it. They'll include an attractive. Scammers don't care. They'll include a picture of an attractive woman to try and get a reply. So that's an example of a wrong number scam, and that explains why people get so many wrong number text messages, or so many text messages that just say hi or something random from numbers you don't recognize, because it's a scam. And it sucks because you want to be nice. You want to reply and be considerate and be like, oh, you got the wrong number. But even just replying and saying you got the wrong number, I mean, now the scammer knows. And also, keep in mind, now they can reply with a link, and it's going to be active on your phone. You already replied to them. So now your phone's going to activate their link that they send to you. So it's always better off not to reply at all. And a lot of people that commented, there was a lot of comments from people saying how they mess with these scammers. They'll just reply back and mess with them and say messed up things to the scammer just to try and waste their time, right? But you do have to remember, by replying back, you will have any links they send you will be activated. So best thing to do is just ignore these, report them as junk, delete them, and move on. And unfortunately, I think in that example I showed you earlier, you mentioned she was in Malaysia, and it turns out, we covered this during the headlines, a lot of these scammers running the pig butchering scams, they're over in Asia, and a lot of them are actually being forced over there. They were trafficked over there, and they're actually being held in these scam compounds and forced to do these scams with people all day, these pig butchering type scams. So it's pretty crazy. They say there's thousands and thousands of people in these compounds being forced to do these scams. But anyway, I don't want to go off track. That's a wrong number scam. Very common. Watch out for them. Lots of people fall victim to these. If you're just joining us, click that thumbs up, click the like, click the heart, say hello in the chat. Our goal is to spread awareness. We do this live stream every week, every Thursday, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, we're going up, 3.5 hours so far today. Sometimes we go 5 hours long. I don't know if I'll make 5 hours today, but I'm going to keep on going. But the idea is we want to spread awareness. We check out the latest headlines, see which scams are trending and we're being warned about. We share lots of examples of scams. And yeah, we just try to spread awareness and give you the information you need to protect yourself and protect your loved ones. On our website, scamware101.com, we have our free email list. You can sign up. We'll send you reminders when we're having these live streams. We'll also share some scam awareness tips and warnings as they come in. So if you haven't signed up for our free email list yet, please do. And also, yeah, definitely subscribe to our YouTube channel. It helps us spread awareness, and you'll see when we do these live streams every Thursday. And of course, we're on your favorite social media platforms. Facebook, Threads, X, Instagram, Blue Sky. So you can follow us on there too. So let's continue with some more of these scam examples. The next one is a gift card scam. This one's a quick one, but it's definitely one to be aware of. So in this scam, this is the email version of this scam. Let me bring up. Katie, I'll run it again later. I'll get the email results and see what it does. I'll do it after the live stream later or tomorrow. All right, so example on the screen. So this is an example of an email that you might receive saying that you got a $50 gift card. And in this case, the example says it's an employee rewards card, right? But it could have been anything. It could have been a gift card that supposedly came from a family member, right? It could be a holiday gift card or a promotion that supposedly comes from a retailer and says, here's a $50 gift card for being such a great customer. The point is, scammers know this, and they'll send you these emails claiming that you have a gift card. But when you go to activate the gift card, it'll take it to a malicious website, or it'll steal your financial and personal details that you enter. Right? So the point is, you don't want to just go clicking random links that you receive in an email for a gift card. In this case, because it says it's an employee rewards gift, what you would do before you go clicking any links, you would just go ask your employer, hey, did you send me a gift card? Right? And confirm first. Same thing if it says it's from a friend or family member. Confirm first with them. Hey, did you send me a gift card? Yeah, And then you could go click the link. But you don't want to trust these links, out of the box. And it's very common to get these types of scams. So watch out for emails that claim you have a gift card. And there's also a physical version of this too with QR codes on them. So we're going to talk about those in a little bit as well. We'll actually get to those when we talk about snail mail scams in a little bit. So that was a fake gift card email. This next scam, this one has started to slow down a little bit. This is the undeliverable package text message. Let me know in the chat if you remember getting any of these undeliverable package text messages a couple months ago, and if you've gotten any recently. Because this is very, very popular. It's a very popular scam during the holidays because everybody was expecting. They're sending or expecting packages. Right, so how the undeliverable package scam works. Let me go bring up my examples here. Undeliverable package scams. Victims receive fake notifications about undeliverable packages and are asked to click a link to resolve. The link opens a fake website impersonating UPS, FedEx, or USPS. Any personal or financial details provided by the victim are stolen by the scammers. There never was a package, right? So again, this scam was very, very popular during the holidays. I'm sure it's still going around now, so it's important to be aware of. And it's going to come back. It's going to come back when the holidays come back too. So it's always important to be aware of this undeliverable package scam. And how it works is basically, we've seen two different versions. We've seen text message versions, and we've seen email versions. So first, let's talk about the text message version of an undeliverable package scam. So here's an example of a text message. Oh, before I get started, I just want to answer the chat here. Geek Squad. No, we actually have a video of that though. Let me I can, though. I think I have an example to show you. Let me bring that, before I get too deep in this text message one, then let me bring up that one real quick. I think I have it. All right, got my examples here. Let me see. That the Geek Squad one. Yeah. So I do have a Geek Squad one. I don't know if it's the same one you're referring to, but I think it gets the point across. So this was actually an email I received. And it's a fake Geek Squad invoice. Is this kind of what you were talking about, Sam? I'm sure it's different variations. Maybe sometimes they got the logo in different colors and things like that. But this scam's extremely common right now. It's a fake invoice from Geek Squad. And it'll have your information too. Where it says subscriber, I blurred it out because it actually had the email address of who they were targeting. Right, so it tries to add a little bit of legitimacy. They include the email address to kind of personalize it. And what's interesting about this one is in this example, it actually doesn't have a link. It actually just has a phone number. So a couple things could happen. You could call up this number, and it could be like they could take the fake order scam approach that we talked about earlier, right? So this might be an example of a fake order scam. It's claiming that you're going to be billed for Geek Squad, and they want you to call this number to dispute it. So it could be a fake order scam. Or when you call up, they might just try to ask for your billing information to give you a refund, but what they're actually doing is they're stealing your credit card and bank account details. Yep. Yeah, so it's a pretty common one. You see, I got this one. It says January 16th, so that's probably when I got it. Should I call the phone number and see what happens? Live stream it? I don't usually do that. Screw it. I'm going to call it live. I'll call it with my cell phone. I don't care. I'm not going to go too deep into it, though. I'm just curious. We'll see how they answer. It's an old email, too, so a number might not even work anymore. All right, let me dial this number. We'll see what happens. We do it live out here. 859.
We couldn't complete the call.
Yeah.
Please check the number and try again.
Oh, well. Yeah. So whatever number they were using is dead by now, which is common. I mean, sometimes the number only works for a few days. I've had that happen a few times where I've been like, all right, let me actually call that number, for a scam that came in. *67. That's right, John. I should use *67, but I live life on the edge. What can I say? I risk it all. I risk it all for my viewers and my subscribers. What can I say, John? I risk it all. I'm here for the people. Anyway, yeah. Thank you for the question, Sam. That was awesome. It gave me an opportunity to pull up this email example. Normally I wouldn't include this in the presentation, but I'm glad you asked. All right, cool. So let's get back to this undeliverable package scam that was all the rage during the holidays. I'm sure it's still going around. But this is an example of a text message where it says from USPS, and it says, due to an invalid address, you have a package that needs to be delivered. But it has an incorrect delivery address. If you do not update your address for 24 hours, your package will be returned to sender, right? And then it has this fake link that's going to look like, USPS if you click it, but it's going to steal your details. Any financial, any personal details that you enter will get stolen by the scammers. There's many versions of this text message that was going out. That was one version. Here's another one. Looks very similar, a little different, but USPS package has arrived at the warehouse, cannot be delivered due to incomplete address. Please confirm your address within 12 hours, and then it links to a fake website that's going to steal your information. And again, notice that the little instruction at the bottom, please reply yes, then exit the SMS, right? We talked about that red flag, and we saw a bunch of examples of other text message scams, and they include that same instruction. So that's a red flag. Watch out for that. Here's another example. This is one that was sent directly to me, and it's actually a group text message, a group chat, and they named the chat USPS. So it comes in, it looks a little different. So someone might think like, oh, this is USPS. It says right at the top, USPS. Yeah. So that's one little trick that they tried to use that didn't work. And there's a couple more examples. These text messages actually come in with attachments. So in these two examples, in the first one, it has an HTML attachment, and it has the USPS logo in it, right? And if you open that attachment, it's gonna have a link to the fake website. And then same deal with this other example. It was a text message. It came in, USPS logo, but it has an attachment with a PDF file. And that PDF file is gonna have a link to the fake website. And it's important to remember, never open attachments in emails, text messages, any attachments that you weren't expecting. Right, because at the very least, they're going to include links to a malicious website, but at the worst, they can install a virus, on your PC, especially these HTML attachments here. So never open attachments that you weren't expecting. Now, even if they're from somebody you trust, if you weren't expecting, confirm you were supposed to get it. Their account could have got hacked, or somebody could have sent you a spoofed email. But anyway, these were examples of the USPS text messages that were going out, the undeliverable package scam. Again, the idea was to trick people into thinking, oh, I have a package that needs to be redelivered. And if you went to the link, it would bring up a website that looked something like this. Like, here's one example, and it says, enter, pay $3 to have your package redelivered. So people think, oh, $3, whatever, no big deal. They enter info. They don't realize it's getting stolen by a scammer. So that's one website that it would take you to. Here's another example website it could take you to. And it looks legit, right? It uses the same colors, the logo. So it asks you your shipping information, your payment information, but it actually gets stolen by the scammer behind the scenes. So that's an undeliverable package scam. That's a text message version. I do have a story about this scam that I love, and I'm going to share it with you here. So there was actually an article in Wired magazine about this scam in August, so a few months ago. And basically what happened is this IT guy, Grant Smith, if that's his real name, his wife actually fell for this undeliverable package scam. She fell for it. She provided her credit card details, and the scammers got their credit card details. Well, Mr. Grant Smith didn't want to just take this sitting down, and he fought back. He actually hacked into the scammers' systems. He infiltrated their scam system. And he found out all these details about this specific scam. And in this case, the undeliverable package text messages, they were actually being sent out by a Chinese organized crime gang. They were sending out 100,000 scam texts per day. That's how many text messages are sent out. 100,000 texts. And this is only one organization, one crime organization. Right, so 100,000 scam texts per day globally. He found that people entered almost 500,000 unique credit cards. 438,669 unique credit cards. That's how many credit cards he found that these scammers had gotten so far. And this was like half a year ago at this point. So 500,000 credit cards. That's how successful these scammers are. And that's why they're sending out these text messages, because it's working. People are falling for it. He said he saw over 1,000 domains used by the scammers, right? Because one domain dies, they switch out, use another one. Many people entered multiple cards each. He said that 50,000 email addresses were logged. Some of those email addresses were university email addresses. 20 of those email addresses were military or government email domains. So military and government contacts were falling for this scam. The victims were spread across the United States. California was the state with the most. Yep. And it says that he collected a bunch of evidence, and they notified banks and were able to protect a lot of people whose cards had been obtained. But anyway, I do love that story. It's a story about how the guy fought back. He was able to get in their system, and he learned a lot about what was going on behind the scenes. But it also gives us a glimpse of how successful these scammers are and why they continue to do what they do. They're just making so much money off it. And again, that was almost 500,000 credit cards, and that's just one organization doing that one scam. How many other organizations are doing the same scam and pulling in credit cards and getting new victims? So anyway, that was the undeliverable package scam. FedEx, UPS, USPS, right? They'll never going to send you text messages like these. The only text messages you'll ever get is ones that you request. You could actually go and request for a specific package to text you updates. But by default, you're not going to get text messages about packages that were missing or packages that are delayed, right? So that's a scam. It's slowed down a little bit. I've been getting less reports about those, but it's extremely popular during the holidays. So watch out for that one. And there's actually a second version of this scam. It's the email version. So let me show you a couple examples about that one too. Now this email version, Scamaware 101, we were actually the first to document this version of it. And this email version, you see this goes back in November. It's right before Black Friday. And the email version, we got one on November 16th, another on November 22nd. The first one impersonated FedEx. We're sorry, your package appears to be delayed. The second one impersonates UPS. We're sorry, your package appears to be missing. Right? They're clearly sent by the same scammers using the same phishing kit, probably. But what's interesting about this version of this scam is it doesn't say click here to have your package delivered. Instead, this email version of the scams, they're offering you a compensation product that's supposedly worth $100 or more, which is an interesting twist on this scam. And to date, I think we're the only ones that actually reported on this. And it's actually funny because the scam, as soon as Black Friday came and went, the scam stopped too. But it'll pop up again, I'm sure. But anyway, so what happens if you click this Get Your Compensation Now link? It's actually going to take you to some fake retail websites that are offering these bogus products. And I'm going to show you these fake retail websites, which are a separate scam in themselves. What's interesting about this is they used a classic undeliverable package scam, right? That typically goes through text messages. They took it, they modified it, they adapted it to email, right? So they started targeting people with email with these undeliverable package scams. But then when you click to Get Your Compensation Now, the scam turns into a fake retail website scam at that point. So it's interesting. They merged two different types of scams into one and put a new twist on the undeliverable package scam. So I'm going to show you some of these fake retail websites that these undeliverable package emails linked to. But it's important to realize that these fake retail websites are a scam in themselves. Right? So let me show you some screenshots of these fake retail websites. So these are some pages that the undeliverable package email linked to. But what's important to realize about these fake retail websites is scammers use all different types of methods to get you onto these fake retail websites. You know, in the case I just showed you, in the example I just showed you, they used an email and told you had a free compensation product, right? But they could be directing people here in many other ways. They might direct people here with fake ads, offering a special deal, right? They might direct people here with an email that says, thank you for being such a great customer. Here's a special offer for you, right? So they might send out emails with special offers. They might have ads popping up on Google results or on social media saying, click here for a special offer on wireless headphones. And you'll see how this offer, they'll say that the headphones, for example, are valued at $175, but the scam is you just pay for shipping. Pay $8 for shipping, right? And we'll send you this wireless headphones that are worth $175. That's the scam, right? They get you to enter your credit card details to pay shipping. You never get the item, and they steal your financial details. So this is a screenshot of one of the pages linked to offering the wireless headphones. Here's a screenshot of another page offering a portable heater, coincidentally worth $175. Just pay for shipping $8. And then here's another page that they linked to for earbuds, valued at $175, but get them now for $8 shipping, right? But if you enter your details, they get stolen by a scammer. You'll never get the product. You can see how at the time, when I took these screenshots, they had Black Friday banner up top. Right? But the key to spotting these fake retail websites is look, if the offer's too good to be true, like if they're offering you a $175 pair of earbuds for $8 for shipping, right? It's probably too good to be true. So you want to do your due diligence when you see things like this. You want to go see if there's any reviews on the website. You want to search Google for what anybody else is saying about the website. In this case, none of these websites even had results. They were so new and put up just for the purpose of doing this that they didn't even have any reviews or results. And that's almost as bad as having negative reviews or results, right? So if you're going to enter your credit card details into a website like this, do your due diligence. Check and see if it's got some reviews, if other people reported any issues, ordering from these sites. And be suspicious of sites that have no reviews because they might be brand new and just put up for the purpose of scamming you. But again, if the offer's too good to be true, keep your guard up. It probably is too good to be true, right? So that's fake retail website scams. Oh, something interesting I learned about this specific scam too is that a lot of these websites, they're actually live. And what I mean by that is as you enter your data, as you enter your information, it's actually logged in real time. So you don't even have to click submit or order to submit the info. Like it's actually being logged. So you could sit here, maybe you don't realize it's a scam, you type in all your info, you put in your credit card details, and right before you click submit, you realize, oh wait, this is probably a scam. They still have your info because you typed it in. They don't need you to click submit. So I thought that was pretty interesting. So be aware of that. Just because even if you realize it's a scam, if you typed in your info, they're going to have it. Even if you didn't click submit. Yeah, Sam, when I was researching and looking into these, this scam itself, each page used a different domain. Like in this screenshot, it's technojoyhaven.com. But then in this screenshot, it's luxuryproductportal.com. So they were just using all these different domain names. And you could tell when we get shut down, they just swap out another one, right? But when I did some research into these domains, the ones that weren't set up privately, a lot of them led back to random places in India and countries like that. Yeah, so that was a bunch more common scams. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Let us know how you found us. Click the heart, click the thumbs up, click the like. If you don't subscribe yet, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Help us spread awareness about these scams. We do this live stream every Thursday, and the goal is to just spread awareness. We want you to be aware of the latest scams, the latest trends, so you could protect yourself and your loved ones. All right? You join our mailing list. Go to our website, scamware101.com. Click join mailing list. We'll send you live stream reminders and some scam awareness tips. We won't spam you, I promise. Lots of useful information on our website, too. We have a knowledge base that we're building out with lots of scam examples. We also have a lot of tools and resources that we went over earlier in the live stream here. But yeah, definitely say hi in the chat. Click the heart. Give us a thumbs up. And help us spread awareness. We have Scamaware 101 coffee mugs and cups on our YouTube store. All right. All right, cool. So I got 3 more examples to share with you. And these are actually snail mail scams. That's right, actual scams that come through the postal service. A lot of times I think we're so used to getting targeted by email or text message or on a website that we forget that, we're also being targeted in traditional ways, with traditional postal service and actual snail mail, right? So I actually have some examples of these scams that are circulating that were received. I'm going to show you them right now. So we got 3 different examples of 3 different snail mail scams that are pretty recent and circulating. So the first one I'm going to start out off with is basically a QR code scam. Let's go for my example. All right, there it is. Thanks for bearing with me. All right, so in this snail mail scam, it's just an example of an actual postcard that was received offering free wireless earbuds if you scan the QR code. It takes you to a phishing website that steals your personal information, such as your name, address, Amazon account info, and even your credit card number. And what I find interesting about this is you'll notice in the example of a fake retail website, one of the fake products they offered were earbuds. And that's very common for scammers. They'll find a product that's very popular or the hot item at the moment, and they'll base their scams around that. And in this case, wireless earbuds were a pretty hot item for a while. So that's why you see fake retail website pages set up for them. You see them sending out these fake postcards with QR codes on them. They want to convince people to scan the QR codes to get the free item. But you're not going to get the free item, and they're going to steal your personal information. You need to be very careful about scanning QR codes. Realistically, scanning a QR code is the same thing as clicking on a link, right? And you don't want to just click on any old link. You can't just trust random links from people. And it's the same thing with QR codes. You can't just scan random QR codes. You should only scan QR codes that you trust. You should always verify where it's going to go to, before it actually goes, because we're starting to see more and more QR code scams. This postcard example of a fake free gift. It was only one example, but we've been seeing other examples of parking meters, for example. A lot of these parking meters now, they have QR codes to scan that will bring up the parking app. Well, what scammers started doing is they started slapping stickers of their own QR codes on top of the parking QR codes. So people were scanning the malicious QR codes and being taken to fake websites that impersonated the parking organization. So yeah, you gotta watch out for QR codes. They've kind of become accepted mainstream now. They're all over the place, and be skeptical. Even emails will get emails with QR codes in them, and they'll do that because the QR code will get past the email filter. If they put the website in the email, a lot of times it will get blocked. Put a QR code, it'll bypass the filter. So watch out for QR codes. But again, back to this example, this is an actual physical piece of mail, a postcard that was received that tries to trick you into scanning a QR code. Another example of a snail mail scam that's currently circulating, we have an inheritance scam example. So that was good. Earlier we shared the email example from Katie, which was excellent, and now we have an inheritance example for a snail mail scam too. So we got an email version and we got a physical version. But let's take a look at the snail mail version here. And this was actually sent to a family member of mine a couple months ago. And this was actually a physical letter that was received in the mail, dated November 29th, so it was late last year, a couple months ago. And what this letter says is it impersonates a law office, and it claims that a family member or someone sharing the last name had died of COVID-19. And now they have a policy, a life insurance policy of $10 million. And because we share the same last name, we're entitled to the policy, and this law office is offering to do all the work to get that that payout. But this is all fake. It's all part of the scam. It's all a fake story. It's a classic inheritance scam. What was interesting about this letter is that the name Deer and then a name actually matched the last name of the victim that was, not the victim, of the relative that supposedly died. So the same last name was used right here where it's blurred out, late Dr. Maria, and the person was addressing. And it was a family member's last name, right? So whoever these letters are going to, it's the same letter, but they swap out the last name to match whoever it's being targeted. It'll have the address right here that's blurred out. So as far as using names, it was pretty clever what they did there. But you do a quick Google search and you see plenty of other people reporting the exact same letter being received. The only difference is the last name is swapped out to match who they're targeting. But how the scam works is, they impersonate a law office. They claim that you have $10 million being left to you. They're all set up and ready to do this, to expedite the process and get this done. But what happens is if you reply and you engage with these scammers, they're going to say that there's fees and taxes that need to be paid first. And that's how they get you. They convince you to pay the fees and taxes, typically for thousands of dollars. And the victims will do it because they figure, hey, I'm going to get $10 million, so yeah, sure, I'll pay a couple $1,000s up front. Well, the scammer takes the money, runs, and then there's never was an inheritance, and you don't get anything. Right, so that's how that scam works. And one of the red flags that we discussed earlier in the live stream that we see on this example is they ask for confidentiality, and they actually ask for it twice in this letter. At the end, it says, I do have all necessary documentation to expedite the process in a highly professional and confidential manner. Right, so there's the first mention of being confidential. And the second mention is, this claim requires a high level of confidentiality and may take up to 30 business days from the day I receive your consent. Right, so they close out this letter by asking for confidentiality twice, and that's a big red flag there, among other things. I mean, they have a Gmail address listed. That's a red flag. So yeah, so be aware that scammers are still targeting people, using snail mail. They're still using traditional post office to send out fake letters and try to scam you. And you can see it's kind of legit looking, has some decent looking letterhead, a logo up top, lists a law office in Canada. I don't know if the law office is real or not, if one exists or not, and they stole the name. But yeah, quick Google some of the text on this letter, and you'll find plenty of people reporting, receiving the same scam letter. And again, this was just November 29th, so this is just like 3 months ago. So it's a very active scam, and it's circulating, so be aware of that one. And the last example of a snail mail scam that's going around is a fake renewal bill. And I've been seeing this one for years. And this one, in this example, it typically targets website owners because a lot of times that information will be public. You see who owns a website a lot of times if it's not registered privately. But in this letter, you could see it targeted a website owner. I blurred out the website, but it was a correct website listed there. It was addressed to the correct person. But it makes it look like it's a renewal for marketing services, right? It has a date to pay by. Make sure to submit your payment before July 26th. And it's made to look like a renewal. And in this case, I think the company used wording in a way where they could avoid getting sued. But at the end of the day, it's a scam. They make it look like a renewal. They got a little, detach here and return this with your payment, at the bottom. They make it sound like your website's going to get turned off or that your listing's going to get turned off. They have the July 6th, 26th date listed. So it's very convincing. It looks like a renewal. And a lot of businesses actually fall for this. A lot of businesses, they just think it's another renewal invoice, and finance will send a payment. They won't even think twice about it. But yeah, this one's been going on for a while. DomainNetworks.com is the company that does this. I think it was Brian Krebs. I always get him mixed up. The guy who does Krebs Security. I think it's Brian Krebs, maybe. But he did a pretty in-depth look into this, investigation into this, and he ended up tracking down to somebody in Canada who runs this scam. They've been involved in other similar versions of scams like this. So anyway, be aware of this one. This is a letter that's going out. This one was in June, so about half a year ago, which is still I consider it active. And again, this one's been going on for years. Another similar one was Domain Registry of America. I don't know if they're still around, but they used to do the same thing. They would send out all these notices, making it look like it was renewal. But then if you paid it, you were actually authorizing them to transfer your domain. So yeah, those are 3 snail mail scams that are currently circulating and to watch out for. How you doing out there? Click the heart, click the like, say hi in the chat. See a few more viewers. Got some people in the widescreen, got some people in the vertical. Nice. Widescreen has the most viewers right now, which is interesting. Usually the vertical gets more viewers, but we got more people over here in the widescreen right now, so that's cool. Click that heart. Click that thumbs up if you haven't yet. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't yet. It helps us spread awearness. Also, join our email list. It's free. Scamware101.com. Click Join Mailing List. We'll send you reminders when we do this weekly live stream, and we'll send you some scam awareness tips. We won't abuse it, I promise. Speaking of our website, we're going to start wrapping up this live stream, but I just want to show you a couple more things on the scamware101.com website. Again, we're going to be building this out a lot. We have our knowledge base we're building out. We have our tools and resources. But under tools and resources and then educational resources page, I have a lot of good links here for your reference. Starting off with credit report or credit bureaus, right? We have a link to Equifax, Experian, TransUnion here. Because in some cases you might want to consider freezing your credit. A lot of people have gotten breached, and they want to prevent scammers from sign up for credit cards under their name. And you can do that by freezing your credit. But that has to be done through each of these agencies. So, and also you can create accounts on these agencies and check your credit. So it's good to review your credit for any unusual activity, which we also have a link here to annualcreditreport.com, because we're actually all entitled to free annual credit report. So I definitely recommend that you check a report each year. You always want to check and see if there's any weird activity, any accounts being created that you weren't aware of, or any indicators that somebody's messing with your credit. It's important to stay on top of that now, because so much of our data is out there and being sold on the dark web. It's very easy for these scammers to obtain your data and get a credit card or loan under your name. So it's always good to check the credit bureaus, get your free annual credit report. Once a year. It's always good to check on that. And we have all those links right here under our educational resources. We also have a bunch of government educational resource links. We have a link here to the FTC, a link to Social Security Administration, a link to FBI, a link to IC3, the scam sections of each of these agencies. So you can check for the latest warnings and see what they're talking about. We also have some links to some nonprofit educational resources, links to the BBB. They have an excellent scam studies section on their website. In fact, let me open it up and show you. This is a link to the BBB's scam studies. Online shopping fraud, phishing scams, investment scams, virtual vehicle vendor scams. I think that's a newer one. Gift card scams, credit repair and debt release scams. Like, they got so many different scam studies done here. It's really good resource. So if you're ever curious of getting scammed or you want to see how what's involved in a scam, you could check these out and see what they're saying. You have the tech support scams on here that we talked about, romance scams. I mean, it's a very good list. A couple other links. National Cybersecurity Alliance has some good info. National Council on Aging has some good info on common scams and how to keep your money secure. And then we include a few links to some bank websites too, because the banks have finally started to take this a little serious. And some of them started putting up some decent scam sections on the website. So we got a link to Capital One scam section, Chase Bank's scam education, and also Citizens Bank. I thought they're pretty good with information they were sharing. So a lot of good info there, just resource-wise, educational. If you want to stay on top of some more scams. Last thing I want to show you is the scam maps. So I mentioned this earlier when we were talking about the resources, but the links to these are on the Tools and Services page, all the way at the bottom here. And the one I'm going to show you is actually the AARP scam tracking map. I think this is a really cool tool. So let's open up that map. And what it does is it shows you on a map of the United States where reports of scams are coming in from. It's loading. There you go. So you can see on the map all the red dots are reports of scams. And on the right hand side, it shows you most recent scams first, but what reports are coming in. So let's look through this list and see if we get an idea of what type of scams that are coming in here. So, inheritance scam. Bonnie from Florida says she needed money to receive an inheritance. Elder scams and fraud. Auto-related scam. So here's a toll scam we mentioned, right? Easy Pass receives an email. So this person's receiving an email 2 days ago that they owed tolls with Easy Pass. Next one, another person reported this one with a text stating I owed tolls. So it gives you an idea how common this unpaid toll scam is. So many people are getting hit with it. Someone contacted me out of blue and attempted to be friends after misdialing. Right? That's a wrong number scam. We just went over that. That's a wrong number scam. I was told I had to pay Easy Pass amount, avoid penalties. Right? So that's 3 reports. Out of these 10 scams, no, 4, 8. Yeah. So out of 8 scams, 3 of them were the unpaid toll scams so far. Out of the first 8 reports we looked at here. These are all from just 2 days ago, too. Auto-related scam, another one. Unpaid scam, unpaid text. Someone left message on phone saying Xfinity, and if I didn't pay 2 months in advance for 2 years or 6 months in advance, something about Xfinity. I don't want to look too much into that one. There's some health-related scams being mentioned here, too, which we're going to have to watch out for. Now there was that huge United healthcare breach that happened last year, where like 2/3 of the country had their medical information stolen. I mean all their medical information. Like you read this list of medical information that was stolen, it's crazy. Like people's prescriptions, diagnoses, x-rays, billing information. Like it's unbelievable our medical information that got stolen. So expect a lot of health-related scams because they have so much information about you that they could target you with very personalized scams. They know who your insurance company is. They know your health ailments, your prescriptions. It's insane. So this could be a problem. We'll do another video on that one soon because people need to be aware about the health care scams. And unfortunately, a lot of older folks get targeted with that too. But anyway, yeah, this is the AARP scam tracking map. It's really cool. Shows you where reports are coming in. Kind of gives you an idea of which scams are trending. And you can also search it too. You have the filters here. So if you wanted to search for a specific scam, like what type of virus, right? So we'll see how many tech support scams maybe are coming up. So this one mentioned received a blackmail scam. They said my computer was infected with virus and they had videos of me, right? That's very common. Easy Pass MA, unpaid toll. I don't know why that came up when we searched for virus, but Cryptocurrency scams are fraud. I thought my computer had a virus. I came across a call, a fake Microsoft number. Right, so there you go. It's a tech support scam that I went over earlier. So that was reported 5 days ago. Yeah, so all these scams are very active, and I don't know. I think it's a really cool tool you could use over on the AARP website, the scam tracking map. Yeah, and I think that's about it. I think we're going to get this live stream wrapped up. Go open the floor to any last questions. Before we end the stream, I just want to thank everybody that's still with us, everybody that joined. If you haven't followed us or subscribed yet, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click that thumbs up. Click the heart one more time for one last boost. We appreciate it. It really does help spread awareness. That makes the algorithm like us a little bit. Again, join our mailing list. It's free. I promise you, we're not going to send you a lot of junk mail or spam mail. We just remind you when we do the live streams, and we'll send you some useful scam awareness info. You can join the mailing list by going to scamaware101.com and click a join mailing list. Also, social media. Follow us on your favorite social media platforms. We're trying to get some more followers on Facebook. We need to get, I think, 30 more followers before we can live stream on Facebook. So, even if you don't use Facebook, if you have a Facebook account, take a minute, follow us. I appreciate it. It helps to get our account up, and hopefully we can stream on their platform soon. So, and yeah, that's about it. So thank you again, everybody. Saw a lot of new faces. I hope to see you again next week. We do this live stream every Thursday, 5:45 p.m. Eastern time, but we go for a while. It looks like we went about 4.5 hours today. Not too shabby. About that, give or take. Cool. All right, everybody. Thank you again. I appreciate all of you. We'll talk to you next time. Until then, stay safe.